We are set to get underway.
Sound the sirens, rattle the cage, cause this is the symphony born out of rage. Fist to the sky and my past in the flame. I was built to rebel. Get no map, just scars and sparks. I write my legend in lightning marks.
From the Windy Hill campus of Montgomery College From the campus of Montgomery College, the Montgomery College video and multimedia team brings you NJCAA College Baseball with the Montgomery College Raptors welcoming the Seahawks from Cecil Community College. And it's all Spring Spirit Day here at the Montgomery College Germantown campus. So there's going to be a lot of great activities going on. I'm Michael Brown alongside my partner, Andre Anderson. Andre, you've had a lot to do with putting together this Spirit Day, correct?
I would say a little bit, yes. I mean, we do have a lot of moving parts that came together today, but collectively, as a unit, we did our thing. And today is going to be a spectacular day.
Well, the weather is certainly cooperating.
Oh, yes, it is.
This is a very rare day here at the Germantown campus. At the moment, anyway, we can't say with the definitiveness, but at the moment, there's not a wind blowing, which is rare. There's not a cloud in the sky. It is an absolutely perfect day for a baseball doubleheader. And this is an important doubleheader for the Raptors today.
It is. They're almost at that playoff time. I know that these two games are crucial because I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, if they win both games or one game, they could have a better seeding in the playoffs. Am I correct right there?
Well, the playoffs start this weekend, and we'll talk a lot more about that as the afternoon goes on. We've also got some special activities coming right up out on the field. We have the annual sophomore day for both the track and field team and also for the baseball team. So we'll be introducing the graduating athletes from Montgomery College. We're going to be right back with that ceremony. You're watching Raptors baseball.
Do you know what happens to elements under extreme pressure?
They transform, become something new.
Something formidable.
Are you keeping up? It's not just physics.
It's a metaphor for the Raptors.
Yeah, we are made of something special. More than just a crest on our chest.
Under the spotlight, under the pressure, we come alive.
We're not just playing the game, we're redefining it with every pass,
Every dribble,
Every set.
and every play. It's not just a game for us.
It's just who we are. We raise doubts as we raise the bar. So to anyone who thinks they're ready to challenge us,
bring it on.
We are the Raptors.
we're ready.
We ready.
Bring it on. We're ready.
Hi, I'm Tim Kirkjian with ESPN, and you're watching Raptor Baseball on MC TV.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody, and we are going to throw it to Michael Brown. Yeah, throw it to Michael Brown for the sophomore activities.
Good afternoon again, everyone, and welcome to the Germantown campus of Montgomery College. We have a beautiful day here for a doubleheader of baseball, and we also have sophomore day for both the track and field team and the men's baseball team. So we're going to start with track and field. These athletes are coached by Nikel Harper, Aya Anderson, Alyssa Frazier, and Tyrone Hickman. Let's hear it for the track and field team. They had a very successful season, and they have a number of athletes who are graduating. They've given 2 years of their time, effort, sweat, tears to Montgomery College athletics, and they don't get paid for this. They do it because they love it, and they had a terrific season. Up first, we have Isaac Benavides. Isaac is from Trujillo, Peru. He went to Perpetual Socorro School, and he is joined by his family. Isaac will be going to the Division I Track and Field Outdoor Championships in New Mexico on May 14th through the 16th. He qualified by finishing first in the hammer throw at the Region 20 tournament with a throw of 48.72. Up next, we have Austin Boake. Austin is from the Bronx, New York. He went to Clarksburg High School. And Austin is yet another one of our graduating sophomores. Congratulations on a great season. Up next, we have Chisenga Mapai. He is from Lusaka, Zambia. He's joined by his family. He went to Emmanuel Adventist, and he is graduating after 2 great years of Montgomery College track and field. Up next, we have Jesus Polo.
Finally from Elton High School.
Jesus is not here today. Followed by Kendall Weidman II. Kendall is from Germantown. He went to Seneca Valley. And Kendall finished first in the Region 20 tournament. He got a first in the high jump and a fourth in the long jump. He's joined by his family. We have some other highlights from the region tournament, and we did skip over them, and I'm really sorry about this. Isaac Beckaby came in first in the regions at the 400 hurdles. Is Isaac here? Okay. We also had Imani Dennis, and Imani finished in first place in the discus and the javelin. That is not an easy combination. And then also from the Region 20 tournament, we had Kendall Weidman. Is Kendall here? Yep. Kendall came in first in the high jump and fourth in the long jump. Other Region 20 highlights included Holly Warren. Is Holly here? She came in second in the triple and fourth in the long jump. Our men's relay team, our men's 4x800 relay team came in third, and the women's 4x100 relay came in second. So, yeah, these were so for the champions, the ones who won at the region, we have a special award for them, for Isaac Benavides, for Isaac Beckaby, and for Imani Dennis. They all receive a special award for finishing first at the Region 20 tournament. So let's hear it once again for the track and field team, the graduating sophomores. Congratulations on a terrific season.
Well, if it's public property, you can. Because record whatever you want? Yeah, if it's public property. I saw something before. There was this auditor or something. You're allowed to record whatever you want.
What if I'm in the background of a video and they make $5 million off this video?
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't get any money for it
if it's public property, no. If you're on, if you're on private property and you don't consent to it, then
Congratulations once again. And a special thanks to the coaching staff. All right, now it's time for the baseball. Graduating sophomores, come on out. Have them all come out and then they can step out as I call their name. Come on out, guys. With that, the family's going to join them. So they're probably better to have the guys come out here and then the family walk out. All right, now it is time to recognize the graduating sophomores from the Raptors baseball team. Raptors are having an outstanding season. They are primed to go into the Region 20 tournament. They have a chance they're pretty much guaranteed of being fifth in the region. It's possible they could finish as high as fourth. The tournament starts this weekend. And we're hoping for big things from this team. So anyway, let's meet the graduating sophomores. And as I call their names, if they have family members here, they can come out and join their athlete. All right, first up, Sean Ralston. Each athlete is receiving a commemorative photo of themselves, which can go in their trophy room. Next up, Kevin Oliva. Number All right, next up, number 2, Ryan Woolery, a pitcher for the Raptors. Next up, number 3, the center fielder, Mickey Anderson. That's an appropriate first name for a center fielder, if you're as old as I am. Up next, our second baseman, number 5, Jaden Mandler. Here comes his family. Next up, number 6, shortstop Hayden Hare. And here comes his family. Up next, a pitcher, number 7, Hudson House. Next up, number 14, first baseman, Zachary Piles. Up next, number 16, shortstop, Eric Machado. Next up, number 18, Blake Newell, pitcher, first baseman. Up next, number 23, starting pitcher, Derek Sawyer. Up next, number 28, outfielder, Richard Amparo. Richard is not here today. Next, number 31, infielder, Chase Lieber. Next, number 36, pitcher, David Fajerski. And here's his parents. I want to amend that. That's father and daughter, I'm sure. Father and girlfriend, I amend it again. Okay, and last but not least, outfielder, number 37, Kai Freeman. And let's give thanks to the coaches for the Raptors, head coach Dan Rasher, Vince Capozzi, and John Sill. Also, the Grass brothers are around here somewhere, I would imagine. So anyway, your coaching staff for the Raptors. Andre, back to you in the booth.
What an amazing ceremony. Track and field and baseball. I mean, this is what it's all about, to be completely honest. I am a former athlete as well at Montgomery College, so I do remember these days myself, and this is what we work for, you know, like all the sweat and I would say the tears, you know, working hard in the classroom, studying late at night just to be on these athletic teams, and then to be out here as well and to play as hard as we do. The camaraderie with the teammates as well is something that you're never going to lose. These will be brothers and sisters and coaches that you will remember for the rest of your life. So it's just an honor to be here to call the game with my good buddy Michael Brown. And he's actually just entering the booth right now. But yes, it's going to be a spectacular doubleheader baseball game coming up right here. And we hope to see 2 victories today. As Michael gets himself settled into the booth, we won't rush him. But when he does, we'll get a word or two from him. Actually, I think we're going to go and do the anthem. So let's take another break. Our graduates more than double their income. Our students don't just imagine what's possible, they prove it. Montgomery College, proving what's possible.
He thought he knew how this was supposed to go. College, debt, a job he wasn't sure he wanted. Choosing a career path before he understood himself felt risky. At Montgomery College, he didn't have to have it all figured out. It was education with room to explore. It didn't lock him into one outcome. He had options, and he chose his own path. This is what extraordinary looks like.
Welcome back to the Germantown campus of Montgomery College. We are just about set to get the first game of our doubleheader underway. Right now we are ready for the anthem. The anthem, the teams are out on the field. They're lined up along first base and third base line. And singing the anthem today is Vincent Briley. Vincent is the interim associate dean of Rockville Student Affairs.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs burst bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Obi-Wan and the group just flew right over. Yep. So that was a beautiful rendition of the national anthem by Vincent Briley, interim associate dean of Rockville Student Affairs. And we're just about ready for the ceremonial first pitch. However, Andre, I would be remiss if I didn't point out that Vincent Briley went to my schools.
I did see that.
Yes, he got his bachelor at Ohio University, which is where I got my master's. He got his master's at Ohio State, which is where I got my undergrad.
Oh, wow. So you guys, you almost like you have an aligned path right there.
Well, I think we do.
That's pretty cool.
I think we do.
Yeah, I read that in the in our write-up, and I was like, wait until Michael sees this one.
And now we're about to have our ceremonial first pitch. And going out there for the first pitch is Dr. Tiffany Patterson-Ray. She is the Senior Vice President for Montgomery College for Student Affairs. So she is the college-wide student Senior Vice President. And here comes the pitch.
Okay.
And a little short, but I'll tell you what. We've seen a lot worse.
Oh, if that was me.
That was an excellent toss.
Let me tell you, Michael, if that was me, over the fence. So that was excellent.
That was an excellent toss by Dr. Patterson-Ray. And she started at Montgomery College just about a year ago. Started at the college June 2nd, 2025. And she's got a lot of big responsibilities.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But so far she's been doing a great job. I've been able to meet her, a couple times here and there, and she's awesome. Great energy, loves what she does, loves the students, and I think she's going to succeed very well here at the college.
Well, she is also she's in charge of, she heads up the area of the college that athletics is under.
Yes.
So,
and I've heard she's a big sports fan as well. So that also will play a huge role in her role, which we love, Athletics here at the college is, I think, one of the staples. It's one of the heartbeats, and it's great of the amount that we're doing with sports. So it's been a lot of fun.
Now, we also, as we mentioned at the top, today is Spirit Day, so there's all kinds of special activities going on throughout the day. And right now, after the ceremonial first pitch, I understand that Carmen's Italian Ice is beginning to hand out free service.
Yes, they are. And it's a little unfortunate we're here in the booth because we won't have a chance to get the peach mango combination.
And I would have given you mine.
Hey, well, that would have been double for me, huh? But there they are.
There's a lot of activity going on here today. We'll be talking more about that.
Yeah, and I saw also a little tidbit here is that the owners of Carmen Italian Ice, their son is Jaden Mandler.
Well, there you go. Jaden is we just talked about Jaden during the sophomore ceremony. And so we appreciate his parents for doing this, and it just adds a little cherry on top to a very special day here.
Oh, yeah.
So we are just about ready to get going. We have the traditional conference between the umpires and the two head coaches, Dan Rasher for the Raptors, and Charlie O'Brien for Cecil. Cecil comes into this game 23-27 overall, and currently they're in 10th place in the standings, which means that they will not be in the postseason tournament. All right, we are all set to go. Let's set the lineups for the Raptors. Starting on the mound today is Miguel Castellanos. Behind the plate is Oliva. Oliva was also one of our graduating sophomores. At first base, we have number 14, Piles. Second base, we just mentioned his name, Jaden Mandler, number 5. Shortstop is Diego Lelenas, number 1. Third baseman is Freeman. Freeman is number 8. In right field is Okajai, number 9. At DH, we have Newell. Rodriguez is in right. Anderson in center, and as we said, Okoji is the right fielder for the Raptors. So that's the defense. Let's run down the batting order for Cecil. Leading off, number 8, Matt Jackson. Hitting second, number 13, Chris Woods. The DH is number 1, Mason Richter. Hitting fourth is number 38, Jevon Sievert. Hitting fifth, 27, Andrew Baldoni. Hitting sixth is number 5, Christian Kleckner. Seventh, number 21, Cody Kunsa. Eighth is number 24, Ethan Neff. And then number 11, hitting last in the order, is Brady Lowe. On the mound is number 35, Mason Burlingame. On the mound for the Raptors is Castellanos.
Castellanos, excuse me.
He has he's had 5 appearances this year. He's started 1 game. He's only thrown 8.1 innings.
Okay.
And he's got a little bit of an issue with walks, and his ERA is not where he wants it to be.
But today could be a good day for him to improve on that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So Miguel is a freshman, just a freshman out of Miami, Florida. Raptors have a few players from Florida, as do the Seahawks from Cecil.
Okay, I wouldn't mind being in Miami right now.
Although, I tell you what, this is maybe even better than the Miami weather right now.
Hey, yeah, that's actually very true. That was the reason why I wouldn't mind being there. But, yeah, we're getting spectacular weather today.
It is gorgeous. So we're all set to get underway. Again, this is a doubleheader. At this level, each game will be 7 innings. And there is a 10-run rule.
Okay.
So if one team is ahead by more than 10 or more, after 5 innings, then the game is official.
Okay.
And we might just see that today because both these teams hit the ball very well.
Yeah, I've seen that there's some home run hitters on the MC team for sure.
Raptors are hitting .333 as a team. There's the first pitch of the game, and it's a ball. So we're underway.
Look at that beautiful drone shot. Can we just admire that for a second?
Oh, that is gorgeous. Another ball. So Matt Jackson comes into this one with a .345 batting average. And, boy, he's a danger on the base paths, 27 steals.
Ooh.
Raptors do not want to put him on to start the game. High and inside, that's ball 3. Raptors playing him straight up. Jackson does have 2 homers on the season. There's a strike.
That was a great pitch.
Jackson taking all the way. And he lost him. So Castellanos says, walk the leadoff hitter.
And just like you said, man on base is he's a quick one, so defensively they're going to have to look for the steal.
They will test Oliva. Right from the start. That brings up Woods. Chris Woods hitting .383 on the season. He fouls it back. Woods has scored 42 runs this year. That's a lot of runs. Takes it outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Woods is from Michigan.
Where, how do you pronounce?
Corsi?
Okay.
I never heard of Corsi, Michigan.
Yeah, I'm just getting familiar with Michigan recently, so.
That's right, you have a vested interest in
Yes,
Michigan.
I do. Yes, I do. And as a, this is not baseball, but as a Washington Wizards fan, we're not in the playoffs. Detroit Pistons are. So I can claim that I root for the Pistons because of, as you say, my vested interest.
There's a pop up to third. He's under it, and he's got it. So Freeman gathers it in. And that's 1 out. And that brings up Richter. Number 1, Mason Richter. This guy is sporting a gaudy .448 batting average. 33 ribbies, 4 home runs. On base percentage of .546. That's impressive.
Ooh.
High and behind his head. Nice play by Oliva there. So Jackson still on first.
You know he's looking to steal possibly.
Yeah. He's got the sliding mitt on.
Yeah.
Throw, and that gets away.
Oh, there he goes.
So pickoff attempt goes awry. Jackson glides into second. And that sets it up for Richter. Richter has 4 home runs this year, 6 doubles, 2 triples. Very productive. He's the DH in the first game.
Can you
There's a strike.
Yeah, great pitch. Can you explain DH to maybe someone listening, watching that doesn't understand what that is? Do you have a good
Well,
way
a
to explain
DH stands for designated hitter.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, they do not play the field.
Okay.
They are on the bench, but they hit.
Yep.
They're in the batting order.
Yeah, so they you would say they are big hitters?
Generally, they are. I mean, when they first started, DHs at the major league level were often older power hitters
Yeah.
who couldn't play the field anymore. And that's really kind of how it started. As these were older guys in their mid to upper 30s maybe, and they could still hit the long ball, but and hit for power, but they weren't as agile in the field as they used to be.
Yeah.
You know, so that's kind of how it started. Now you have it's across the board. You know, oh, he hit him, and that'll put Richter on. Got him right on the arm. So that puts 2 on now. And that brings up Seifert, Jevin Seifert. This guy has 48 RBIs on the season and 7 homers. So this is a dangerous hitter. 12 doubles. This is a dangerous hitter. So Castellanos in trouble here in the first inning. And he takes it low. Jevin Seifert. He's from Lancaster, PA. And here comes a mound visit.
It's an early one as well.
Vince Capozzi, the pitching coach for the Raptors. And I tell you what, the last thing Vince Capozzi wanted to do was make a mound visit in the first inning.
Oh, yeah.
So anyway, back to the DH. They can play, they can be slotted anywhere in the batting order.
Okay.
From first to ninth and anywhere in between. And I think the original idea was that pitchers are not traditionally not the greatest hitters.
Yeah.
A lot of pitchers would disagree with that.
Especially Shohei Ohtani, I'll tell you that one.
Exactly. You know, there were a lot of pitchers back when it first started who did like to hit. And there were some good hitting pitchers. It's just that a pitcher is only hitting once every 4 days, once every 5 days. And it's hard to get a good rhythm as a hitter when you're only hitting when you're hitting that infrequently. So that was the whole idea of it. It was also, I think, to add some interest to the game.
Yeah.
To speed the game up a little bit. Situations like now it's, it started in the American League. And for years it was only in the American League. The National League said, no, it's too gimmicky. We don't want to do it. But, of course, they a few years ago came around. So now, which makes sense. It makes sense that both leagues are doing the same thing. So now both leagues have the DH, and they can bat anywhere in the order.
Yeah, I remember, playing the video games growing up back in the day and sticking Barry Bonds or Mark McGwire at DH and say, all right, man, let's go get a home run,
Well, the other thing it's good for is it gives a guy a day off in the field. Rest the legs a little bit, but still keep the bat in the order.
Of course.
Of
course.
So that's a lot of how it's used now as a way to give a guy a day off from the field. And Castellanos walks the bases loaded. So just 1 out, bases loaded, and that brings up Andrew Baldini. Baldini's playing first base in the opener. Andrew is hitting .218 on the season. Has 12 ribbies.
Yeah, 17 hits.
He's a left-hander. Castellanos needs the pitcher's friend right here, which is a nice ground ball to second base or shortstop.
Nice double play would do him well.
Yeah, that's what he needs. There's a bouncer, foul. So bases loaded. Got to force at any base here.
Yep, 2 strikes.
But he would love to induce a ground ball to short or second here.
got him. Yep, got him.
He got him. He picked him off.
That was awesome.
Oh, boy. So Seifert sheepishly walks back to first base. Now, the one thing that does do is it sort of eliminates the double play.
Yeah.
Because now there's no one on first.
Throw a strike right here, and the inning's over.
He's out of it.
Yeah.
And he tries to get him to chase.
It's his game to play now.
Kleckner is on deck. He's a 373 hitter, so this is the guy you want to face. Baldini struggling a little bit at 218. Tried to get him a fish again. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. And no score in the top of the first. Michael Brown alongside my partner Andre Anderson, coming to you from the Germantown campus of Montgomery College.
Ooh, foul ball.
He fouls it out. Out of play. Out into the parking lot.
Hopefully, he didn't hit the anybody's Italian ice.
Well, anybody that's been to this game before, this ballpark before, knows you don't park close to the stadium.
I parked at the Rockville
or the
campus.
ballpark. Ooh, just missed. He's run the count full now. Big pitch coming up. Miguel Castellanos. Pitch is high and he lost him. That loads him up again. And that brings up Cody Kunsa. Or, I'm sorry, number five, Christian Kleckner. Another kid out of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. He's hitting .373 on the season. 2 homers, 2 doubles, 14 RBIs. Inside, Castellanos definitely struggling with the strike zone. Two outs, bases loaded, no runs in. Oh, there's a foul back. Good pitch.
So he's doing a little bit of balls, a little bit of strikes, but it seems like the batters are chasing though.
Pitching out of the stretch, of course. High and tight. Behind in the count. 2 balls, 1 strike. There's a beautiful drone shot of the field here at Germantown. There's a foul back. That's out on Observation Boulevard.
That one's for
Observation Drive, I'm corrected.
That's a gift for a fan right there.
Just a gorgeous day here. Not much wind, which is rare. They call this place Windy Hill for a good reason.
Ooh.
And there's a little fister. He's going to have to hurry.
Got him.
Got him. Nice play by Mandler. Charged that ball, barehanded it, and threw out Kleckner. So Castellanos wriggles out of a jam, and bases loaded jam, 2 bases loaded jams during that inning.
Oh yeah, that was a little stressful. I mean, bases loaded, picking off people on base, a bunch of balls, strikes. But luckily, MC ended that with no runs at all.
No, that was a lot of stress for a first inning for a pitcher. All right, let's take a look at the Cecil defense as they come out on the field. Burlingame is on the mound. He's going to be the starting pitcher for Cecil. He's got a 4.63 ERA. Lowe is his catcher, Baldini at first, Kleckner at second, Jackson at short, Seifert at third, Neff in left, Woods in center, and Kunza in right field. The DH, of course, is Richter. And the Raptors, boy, they come in here. What an offense, Andre.
Yeah.
I mean, they come in here with a overall record of 27-18. They're 14-4 at home, so home cooking's been good to the Raptors. But they are hitting .333 as a team.
Yeah, and as we were going over the stats earlier, I mean, we just saw home run hitter, RBIs, getting on base with the hits. I mean, these Raptors are really slugging the ball.
They sure are. They have, as a team, 74 home runs.
Wow.
Now, I've been covering Raptors baseball for over 20 years.
Okay.
And that is the most they've ever had as a team.
Yeah, this has to be arguably the best, maybe power hitting team or just hitting team the Raptors have ever had.
Well, I was talking to Dan Rasher. Okay, we're underway. Mandler is leading off. Number 5, Jaden Mandler, one of the sophomores. We introduced him before the game as a graduating sophomore.
Oh, yeah. Shout out Carmen's Italian Ice.
Carmen's Italian Ice is out here. Those are his folks. And he takes ball 2. Looks to me like Burlingame has a bit of power. He's throwing hard.
Yeah, he looks like a big boy out there, too, on the mound. Oh, there we go.
There it is.
Can you imagine going up and having that thing parked in your driveway?
Carmen's Italian Ice. I bet he's popular in the neighborhood.
I'm sure he is. But how do you know he has, how do you know that you have real friends when your family owns Italian Ice?
An Italian Ice Company?
Everyone's like,
that's
hey,
a good
man.
question. That's a good question.
They're trying to just get him for his Italian Ice.
Do they like me or do they like the Italian Ice? Well, anyway, Mandler walks.
That was a quick walk. There we go. Getting someone on base early is always a good thing.
And that brings up Anderson, Mickey Anderson, from my part of the country, Piqua, Ohio. As a matter of fact, I grew up about 15 minutes from Piqua. And Mickey is hitting .413 on the season. That's not you didn't hear that wrong, .413. He's got a .511 on base percentage. Oh, right back to the booth.
That almost got us. If the fence wasn't there.
It definitely made me flinch. Mickey Anderson. He's hitting .413. He's got 6 homers, 15 doubles, and he's scored 62 runs.
Wow.
62 runs.
But that just shows you that there have been a lot of people from the Raptors on base, for him to be able to, hit people in and get more runs as well.
He's got 39 ribbies.
Yeah. Oh,
there's a shot into left center. And it gets all the way to the wall. Here comes Jackson. He's going to stop at third. I'm sorry, Mandler. That was just a line shot into left field.
And look who is up.
And that brings up number 14, Zachary Piles.
Yeah, he's third on the team in home runs with 11. And he is first on the team in RBIs.
He's got 60 ribbies in 45 games.
Ooh.
And he lines a foul. He's from New Orleans.
They have some good po' boys down there.
Hitting .411 on the season with a .525 on base percentage. In other words, he's really tough to get out. There's a ground ball, second base, backhands it, gets the out at first, but the run scores. So that's a fielder's choice and an RBI. As Mandler scores, Anderson moves over to third, and that brings up Jackson Freeman.
Yeah, Jackson Freeman actually leads the team. I'm looking at this in home runs right now with 17. He also has 53 RBIs and 49 hits, batting at .355.
Fouls it off.
Yeah, they're swinging today. Oh, that's gone. That's
and
gone.
It is gone. The center fielder didn't even move. He didn't even move.
Wow, we just said it. He's leading the team in home runs. Let's make it from 17 to 18. Wow. Yeah, that's an amazing view right there. And look at Monty right there with the little score bug. I like that. Is it? Oh, wow. That was sick.
So Jackson Freeman with his 18th home run.
And here's the replay. I mean, no one even moved. Ball was hit. Everyone just stared. Hopefully he didn't hit a car. I mean, that ball went to outer space. Or actually, hopefully it didn't hit the, the Millennium Falcon when it did the flyover.
So that brings up number 9, Aero Moselle Okoji.
EJ. Okay, we'll use his nickname as well. Ooh. They call him EJ.
EJ.
Yeah.
I like that. He's from Ellicott City, hitting .361 on the season. He's got 14 homers.
Ooh, that was high.
So Raptors up quickly, 3-0. A fielder's choice ground ball and then a 2-run homer by Freeman. With a no doubt about it shot to center field, left center. And he's ahead in the count, 3 balls and 1 strike. As Burlingame struggling here. Just 1 out so far. Bases are empty, however. He walked him.
So in the MLB, we have the it's now like a timer when it comes to the pitcher. You know, there's like a certain amount of time you can hold the ball, you have to pitch it. Is there the same thing in college?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Actually, I've been corrected. I do think that there is.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the timing is.
Oh.
And there's a wild pitch, possibly a pass ball. It did hit the catcher's glove. Low. So no balls, 1 strike.
Come on, Blake.
Man on second base moved up on the wild pitch. There's a shot of the Raptors player out there retrieving the home run ball. This is not Major League Baseball where any ball that goes into the stands gets kept by a fan.
Oh, there he is.
This is JUCO. We're on a budget here.
Hey, we gotta do it how we do it.
So that ball may not be suitable for playing a game, but I guarantee you they'll be using it in batting practice.
Oh yeah, he might even sign it as well.
What a shot, man. So this is Blake Newell. And Blake is from Nova Scotia.
Canada?
Nova Scotia in Canada.
Canada, yeah.
Yep. He is hitting .324. He's our DH. He's the Raptors DH in the opener here. So Burlingame really struggling. He's thrown a lot of pitches.
He has.
In the first inning.
He's been throwing them quick, too. Not much time in between pitches for him.
Oh, there's a throw down to third. It gets away. And EJ is going to stay there. So he picks up a stolen base.
Here's the replay. Oh, not. Never mind.
Pitch, swung through it.
What a throw. That was a rocket.
Yeah, he had something behind that one. 2 outs.
How much ice, Michael, do you think catchers put on their knees after the game?
That is a good question. That is a good question. Now, these guys are young. Those knees are young. Me, I'd have to be in an ice bath for like 3 days.
Yeah, the hyperbolic chamber for me. It would take a while.
This is Rodriguez Mohammed, Shakir, up for the Raptors, hitting .392.
From Orlando, Florida.
Yep, another Florida. There's a hard ground ball to third. Nice pickup by Seifert. And he throws him out at first for the third out of the inning. But the Raptors pick up 3. And after one complete inning of play, the Raptors are on top, 3-0.
Montgomery College doesn't just talk about success, we show it. Real results, not just cliches. The proof is everywhere you look. And within 3 years, our graduates more than double their income. Our students don't just imagine what's possible, they prove it. Montgomery College, proving what's possible.
He thought he knew how this was supposed to go. College, debt, a job he wasn't sure he wanted. Choosing a career path before he understood himself felt risky. At Montgomery College, he didn't have to have it all figured out. It was education with room to explore. It didn't lock him into one outcome. He had options, and he chose his own path. This is what extraordinary looks like.
And welcome back to the the Germantown campus of Montgomery College. We are all set for the top of the second inning. And Castellanos still out on the hill for the Raptors. Montgomery College has gone through a rebranding. They've added some different colors to the mix, and just keeping things moving in a positive direction here. So that brings up Cody Kunsa leading off the inning. Strike two. There's ground ball to third. Nice pickup. Long throw for the out. Nice play by Freeman.
Oh, yeah. That throw was on a rope.
And that brings up number 24, Ethan Neff. Nice play by Freeman. Plenty of time. Perfect throw. So Ethan Neff is up. Playing left field this afternoon out of Port Deposit, Maryland. Struggled a little bit this year with the bat, hitting 183. Does have 5 RBIs. We've got some guests who will be joining us throughout the first game and also the second game.
Yeah, we're going to have a full booth soon.
Lots of people coming in to talk with us about things going on at Montgomery College.
Ooh.
There's a shot into center right at Anderson for the out. So Neff quickly up and quickly out. That brings up the catcher, number 11, Brady Lowe, another Florida kid out of Bradenton.
Ah, that's where they have the U.S. men's national team camp out in Bradenton, Florida.
The camp or the tournament?
Camp. That's like where, you know, some of the top players, youth players go to Bradenton, and they have a whole, basically like an academy where they go, they stay, they take classes there, but they're, you know, they're balling. They're
right.
Trying to develop these.
They're in school for soccer.
Yes.
There's a fly ball, and it drops for a single. Just a little blooper that dropped in. So 2 outs, man on first. And that brings up Matt Jackson, the leadoff hitter. He walked his first time up. Castellanos was on the ropes in the first inning, but got out of it. There's a wild pitch. And that allows Lowe to coast into second base, putting him in scoring position. 2 outs here, top of the second inning. Game 1 of our doubleheader from the Germantown campus of Montgomery College. Michael Brown alongside Andre Anderson. There's a strike, outside corner. Evens the count at 1-1. Matt Jackson. There's 2 home runs this year.
Ooh.
Swings right through that one. So Castellanos ahead in the count.
Yeah, he's looking to finish this inning right here with the strike, maybe a pop-up.
What the Raptors and players at this level do have is they have a way to communicate with the coaches through a wristband that they all wear.
Okay.
And it's not that he's looking at his watch. He is probably looking at the pitch call.
Okay, through the watch.
Through the watch.
Interesting.
And Dan Rasher or one of his assistants can call the pitches. They can call defensive positioning changes, all kinds of things.
Okay.
So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Man on second. There's the pitch. Fouls it back. Just got a piece of it. Pitch, a little bit high. Castellanos wanted that one. Hat came flying off. There's a pickoff attempt. Pretty good.
That one isn't easy, trying to throw back to the second baseman when they're not looking.
No, that
quick turn and throw is not easy.
No, that takes a lot of drill work in practice. Well done. Good pickoff attempt. That'll keep the runner honest. Ooh, nice breaking ball, but he lost him.
Yeah.
So that's a walk. So that's 2 walks now for Jackson. That brings up Woods. At first and third, 2 outs. Chris Wood, 383 hitter up. He popped out to third base his first time up. There's a fly ball out to right field. EJ is under it and hauls it in right in front of the fence for the 3rd out. So Woods flies out to right field for the 3rd out of the inning. So after an inning and a half, the Raptors on top, 3-0, as Castellanos does a nice job of getting out of trouble again.
Choosing a college close to home wasn't just a financial choice. It gave her the space to focus on what comes next. Family gave her stability. Montgomery College gave her room to grow. This is what extraordinary looks like.
MC is defined by those who put in the work, and MC students do. We don't just begin to be inspired by those students after graduation. They inspire us every step of their journey.
And welcome back to the Germantown campus of Montgomery College. One of these days I'll remember where I am. Anyway, we're all set for the bottom half of the second inning. And leading off for the Raptors will be the catcher, Kevin Oliva.
That is one smooth shot.
That is a gorgeous aerial view there via drone. And
it's like the drone, should we call his name out? Daniel? It's like he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, the guy that operates this seems to have a pretty good handle on the mechanics of it.
Oh, yeah.
And the electronics of it.
Yeah, he's not too bad. There we go once again. Another beautiful shot of a new banner here on campus.
I like that. Forward toward extraordinary.
Yeah. Our students are only extraordinary.
All right, Mason Burlingame back out on the mound. And leading up for the Raptors is number 27, Kevin Oliva. He's a freshman out of Miami, Florida. Another Florida guy.
Mm-hmm.
Hitting 265 on the season with 1 homer.
So I wonder if they're recruiting from Florida, or if they're going down there and recruiting, or if we're just finding a pool of people from Florida in the area that play baseball, what the case is with that.
Well, I know one thing that the Raptors have done for several seasons is they actually fundraise all year long so that they can start their regular season in with a series of games in Florida.
Yes, that is very true.
So I was talking to Raptors head coach Dan Rasher before the game, and he told me that they actually went down for 5 days. They ended up getting to spend extra days there because that was when we had that big snowstorm. Remember the 20-incher?
Yeah.
So they got stranded in Florida, which meant they got more work in, but they played a series of games down there against some really, and Oliva goes down on strikes to lead off the inning, against some really top-flight competition. And, of course, those Florida teams, they were 3 Florida teams, they have the advantage because, they're playing outdoors in January and February and March, whereas the Raptors were confined to the gym because the weather is just, not cooperating up here.
Yeah. Well, I wonder if the Raptors baseball team is looking for an equipment laundry washer when they're going to Florida specifically. And if that is the case, I might sign up for the job.
So I guess the point of me telling that story is that I'm guessing they have developed a bit of a pipeline down there.
Yeah.
They've developed contacts with high schools and other representatives of players.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a strike. I failed to mention that this is number 1, Diego Lanes. Diego is also from Miami, hitting 255 on the season. Got 13 runs scored. And he's the shortstop for the Raptors. So he's behind on the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes. But you can see he's got that watch on his wrist. So that black band is a communication device.
It's really cool to see the implementation of technology into sports, especially nowadays with, the technology is out of this world now. So it's really cool to see how the tech and sports kind of come together to make the sport more efficient, to make it
Dropped it. There's the throw. He just got him. Just got the foot down on the bag as Giannis really hustled down the line.
Andy, that was like you.
And that brings up the leadoff hitter again for the Raptors, number 5, Jaden Mandler.
0 chases like that? Or for a strikeout?
Jaden walked and scored.
And look at the replay. Yep, he just actually it was a little more. It wasn't as close as we thought it was.
He thought he was safe. Of course, they have no replay at this level.
And of course, he's going to think he's safe. I mean,
right.
You're not going to call yourself out.
And of course, the other thing they don't have at this level is the ball strike, automatic ball strike count, or replay, I guess you could call it, that Major League Baseball has now.
Yeah. Wow.
That was a strike. So Mandler.
Andy, new limit.
Actually, they called it a ball. No, it is a strike. Burlingame still out there. Wind has picked up. Going out to right field right now. Three balls, one strike on Mandler. Mandler's a .303 hitter. 25 ribbies.
What is a
swings through that one?
What is a good average when it comes to batting average? Like, what are you looking for as an opponent? You're like, oh, that number is.
Well, traditionally it's been 300.
300.
It's
yep.
been kind of the benchmark of but that has changed a lot, particularly at the major league level. There's strike 3. So Mandler goes down on strikes, and Burlingame comes through the second inning with unscathed. So Burlingame strikes out the side. Take a short break. We'll be right back.
At Montgomery College, we offer an exceptional education that opens doors to transformative experiences, meaningful opportunities, and bright futures. Celebrated nationally for our outstanding graduation rates and impressive returns on investment, we deliver tangible results that underscore our deep commitment to student success. Our innovative curriculum prepares students to excel in vibrant, evolving fields such as biotechnology, healthcare, information technology, and skilled trades. At Montgomery College, life and learning go hand in hand. Our flexible schedules and comprehensive support empower students to succeed. Our dynamic college thrives as a community marked by inclusivity, collaboration, and mutual respect, inviting students to celebrate their diverse strengths and aspirations. At Montgomery College, every employee plays a role in student success. Guided by the care and expertise of dedicated faculty and staff, students build rewarding careers, achieve personal fulfillment, and accomplish extraordinary outcomes.
And welcome back to the Germantown campus of Montgomery College. And then we are ready to start the third inning. The Raptors on top 3-0. Castellanos still out on the hill for the Raptors. And leading off is Mason Richter. He was hit by a pitch his first time up. And Andre and I are pleased to welcome into the booth Steve Robinson. Steve is the Alumni Director for Montgomery College. Steve, thanks for joining us.
Pleasure to be here, Michael. Thank you, Andre. It's great to be surrounded by some fellow alumnus in the booth. So thank you for having me, and what a beautiful day for some baseball.
Well, that is for sure, huh? So just to keep things going here, Richter did single to lead off. That brings up Seifert. Steve, let's talk about some of the alumni happenings that are going to be coming up. You got a busy season.
We do.
As we near commencement. Coming up tomorrow is a big event. I know this has been going on for years here at the college.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tell us a little about it.
Yeah, Michael. So tomorrow, May 5th, it's our signature annual dog fishing for MC scholarships event. It's held every year at Dogfish Head Ale House in Gaithersburg. And really, like you said, it's been going on this is our 13th year now of doing it. And it's amazing because what we're doing is we're raising scholarship money for the students. And our goal every year is to raise upwards of $10,000 that goes back to supporting student scholarships. So we're really excited. We hope anybody can come out tomorrow anytime between 11 a.m. and 9 p.m. again at Dogfish Head Ale House in Gaithersburg.
Well, that's I got to say, it's a great beer.
It is.
I've enjoyed a few of those myself,
Okay.
and it's always a great event, I know. There's a pop to second, and Mandler hauls it in for the first out of the inning. Richter, by the way, moved up to second on the stolen base. So, Steve, we've got the Dogfish event, and then tell me about this, the Montgomery College Alumni Networking Event. What's that all about?
Yeah,
That's,
Michael,
that's a new one to me.
Thank you for asking. This is a brand new event we're doing. It's going to be on June 18th, and it's going to be at Pinstripes in North Bethesda. Again, this is the first time we're doing this event, and a goal of it really is to create some sort of networking atmosphere with our alumni, and in particularly recent alum that have graduated in the past decade from the college and have started their careers. And this is similar how we're raising scholarships at Dogfish Head Ale House. We want to create networking opportunities at Pinstripes in June. So again, Pinstripes June 18th. It'll be 5 to 9 p.m. there. And while we are making it recent alum event, it is inclusive to everybody in the college community as well. So come out whether you're a recent alum or a long time alum and network with each other and connect. That's what we want to do.
What? Pinstripes is a restaurant or
It is. It's a really cool place actually. They have bowling. They have a bowling alley. They have some bocce stuff. So it's a bar. It's a really big restaurant that has some really cool activities as well. So.
Oh, yeah. I spent a lot of time at Pinstripes, so I know for a fact it's a great time.
Okay.
At the bowling.
At the bowling,
yeah,
of course.
Of
course.
Yeah.
Yes, of course. So that brings up Baldini. He walked his first time up. So obviously, a lot of this is to build up the Alumni Association.
Absolutely.
That's your number one,
Absolutely.
I guess, calling card.
Absolutely, Michael. And that's kind of why I took this job 2 years ago as the alumni director, because I'm an alum myself. And like many of us who went to school here, we know what this place means to us, what it's done for our careers, what it's done for our lives in general. And so we want to make sure that when people leave here, whether they take a couple classes, whether they graduate with a degree, that they always feel that connection with the college. And we don't want them to lose that ever. So that's always our goal.
Well, and when I first introduced you, we talked a little bit about commencement. That is, of course, another big time.
It is.
For the alumni program.
It is, and we're excited for commencement in a few weeks. We're going to have a really awesome alumni tent set up in the quad area at the Rockville campus. So if there's any upcoming grads listening, watching, please make sure after the ceremony you come stop by the alumni tent. We're going to have some really cool handouts and free stuff to give out to the grads.
Now, when I worked here full time, at the commencement, they would basically, everybody was sort of like, I don't want to say sworn in, but was inducted into the alumni association.
Yes,
right?
Yes. So there is a pledge during that. I think, not sure, there are some changes with the ceremony this year, so we may do it in a different way. I know we're working with the communications team at the college to develop some potential social media aspects to getting the message out and kind of welcoming everyone to joining the association, because it is an opt-in program. While it is completely free, you do have to opt in. So that'll be our goal, to make sure people know where to go. montgomerycollege.edu/alumni. It's a quick application. It's totally free. And again, it's our way to keep you connected with the college and receive our communications, our newsletters for all these cool events we're trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much going on that, you could really get involved.
Yes.
Not just be a member, but really get involved with what's going on.
Absolutely. And we have some amazing volunteers from some board members on the Alumni Association Board of Governors that manage the association, but just amazing volunteers even outside of that. I can't do what I do. My colleague Ezra, we can't do what we do without the amazing work of our volunteers.
There's a QR code right on our screen right now. You can scan that and join at the same time.
Please do. Please do.
Well, the other thing I want to mention is Phil Martin.
Yes.
This is an old friend of mine,
Yes.
somebody I've known for,
Yes.
well, ever since I started at Montgomery College as a returning student.
Yes.
At the age of 50, I came back to the college, and that's how I got involved in this announcing stuff. And you've got a special event coming up for Phil, right?
Well, he was honored actually last weekend at College Park in Maryland, actually, joining the Maryland College Coaches Hall of Fame, actually. And for those who don't know Coach Martin, he was the longtime football coach here at the college, and Coach Martin had made a lasting impact on this college and the students and the athletes that he's mentored personally. A lot of them look at him as a father figure, really. And that's just, again, a tribute to what an amazing coach, what an amazing person. And we're looking forward to actually later this year doing another big reunion for the football team to honor Coach Martin especially.
Well, I've known Phil. I took classes from Phil when I first started for the college television station. I did a television show with Phil. So Phil and I go a long way back, and if anybody deserves this honor here that he just received in Maryland, it's certainly Phil. So,
Absolutely.
and I'm glad to hear you're going to be having another
reunion.
football reunion.
Yeah, that's
coming
important to us, and the athletes, whether it's football, baseball, the track and field, that's our job too, to make sure everyone feels connected.
We just had a ground ball or a ground rule double by Kleckner, and that brings in a run. So it's now 3-1, and with 2 outs here in the top of the third. So anything else that any other events coming up, or anything else that you'd like to promote while you're here?
No, we just want to get the word out that we're really starting to take our alumni program to the next level here at the college, and we welcome. I think what's important to share is what I take pride in with our alumni program. It's whether you've taken one class here or you've graduated and took many, we view you as an alumni. And so anyone that has had a special bond here that has not tried to reach out or to stay or get involved, I just want to make sure people know that.
Well, we really appreciate. Andre, you have any questions for Steve?
I would just say, I guess if someone is looking to be a part of the alumni program, association at any level, one more time you could repeat, where could they maybe sign up again? Or?
Yeah, absolutely. So again, you can get all the information at montgomerycollege.edu/alumni.
Okay.
And then you could also email us at alumni@montgomerycollege.edu if you want to be in touch personally. So
awesome.
We take a lot of pride in getting back to everyone pretty quickly. So
great.
Big strikeout there by Castellanos to end the inning and to end the threat and to limit Cecil to 1 run. So after 2.5, Raptors up 3-1. And Steve, thank you so much
Pleasure.
for joining us.
Thank you, Michael.
Pleasure meeting you. Yeah, we've got a clip of the Phil Martin induction here that we want to show you before you leave. So here it comes.
The Jerry Mears Service Award is presented annually to the individual who has made the greatest contribution to supporting high school football in Maryland. Phil Martin has had a long and distinguished career in Maryland. As head coach at Montgomery College for 21 seasons, he led the Knights to National Junior College Association National Championships in 1986 and 1990. He holds the record for most wins in Montgomery College history, Maryland Junior College history, and NJCAA regional history. He was inducted into the Montgomery College Athletic Hall of Fame in 2003 and the National Junior College Athletic Hall of Fame in 2002.
And there he is, my old buddy Phil Martin, looking great.
What a great guy.
Yeah, that was it. Looked like a very nice, it must have been at their spring game.
Yeah, it was. It was, yep.
So that is terrific. That is terrific. Well, once again, Steve, thanks so much for stopping by.
You guys.
We appreciate all the information.
Thank you.
Good luck at Dogfish tomorrow.
Thank you.
And enjoy Pinstripes as well.
Thank you.
Sounds like a lot of great stuff
Thanks so
coming up.
much, Michael,
All
Andre.
right.
Thank you, guys.
All right, thanks a
Thank
lot.
you, guys.
All right, we are back, and the Raptors still up on top 3-1 as Castellanos kind of wriggled out of a tough jam there.
Yeah, he did.
Did allow the 1 run on the Kleckner double. So the Raptors.
Yo, all the pitchers.
Back at it, and that brings up Mickey Anderson. Anderson had a double to left field his first time up, and he scored a run. And he swings at a bad one. Fooled on that one a little bit. So Steve Robinson.
Yeah, I was literally gonna say, what a guy, what a great guy.
I'll tell you, looks like the alum program is really coming on. There's a pop-up to right, and it's gathered in by Kleckner for the first out.
Yeah, but as both of us MC alums, it's one of those things where, like, when you go to school here and you get involved, and it's either being an athlete or if you join student life or, you know, whatever it is, it always seems like MC finds a home, or everyone finds a home at MC, you know, like everyone comes back at some point, gets involved after they leave at some point. So it's really cool to see and hear everyone that went here and now is back doing their thing. So
yeah, that was a great visit, and a lot of great stuff coming up for the Alumni Association.
Yeah.
So Zachary Piles was up. He was out on a fielder's choice his first time up. However, it did score a run, so he's got an RBI. And as we mentioned, Piles with 11 home runs on the season. Takes ball outside. Bottom of the third inning, and the wind has definitely picked up.
Oh yeah, you can tell by the infield.
Blowing out to right. There's a line drive to right. Falls in for a single. So Piles with his first hit of the day. And that brings up Freeman. Freeman hit a 2-run homer to left center field his first time up, and I mean, he stroked it.
Yeah, I think that ball is still traveling.
The outfielders didn't move.
Yeah.
I mean, the center fielder kind of turned his head to say bye-bye, and Freeman got hit. Hit him on the elbow. So that'll put runners on first and second. And that brings up EJ Okoji. He walked his first time up and had a stolen base.
Yeah, we know he has a powerful bat, so we'll see what he does right here.
He's hitting .361 on the season. He has 29 steals. So if he gets on base, he is a threat.
Yeah, actually back to the batting average. We were meant to get back to that, and you were talking about how looking at a batter sheet, you see 300.
Yeah.
And you start there by saying, okay, this guy right here, this person is a good hitter.
Yeah, if you're hitting 300 or above, you're a solid hitter. Now, of course, there's a ball gets past the catcher, and the runners will move up. So now EJ with a golden opportunity here, runners on second and third, and just one out. So, yeah, if you're hitting 300 or above, you are a solid hitter.
Mm-hmm.
The definition of what's a great hitter it's not the same as it used to be.
Okay.
Certainly at the major league level. I'd say at the major league level in these days, if you're hitting 275, 270, 275, you're a good hitter. Because of the way the pitchers are throwing these days.
Oh, like harder,
faster.
Just more curve.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why there's so many Tommy John surgeries and other arm woes at the major league level. These pitchers are throwing gas, and they're throwing gas from the first inning. So, it used to be a quality start with 7 innings in the major leagues. Frankly, I think it's a 5 to a 6 inning deal now.
Yep, I was going to say, you'll see pitchers be in for 5 innings, and they'll call it a day.
I mean, if a pitcher, complete games are almost a thing in the past in the major leagues.
They have was it Skeens? Paul Skeens now?
Right.
Great pitcher, great young pitcher.
Yep.
And he, throws a bunch of strikes as well. But you see about 6 innings or so, and they're especially a guy that young. You're not going to want him to blow out his arm so early in his career. Why leave him out for so long?
Right. I think it's pretty much every kind of. There's a fly ball, deep, and gone. EJ Okoji with a home run. That is his 15th of the season. 3-run job to left field.
Oh, here it is.
He just gave it a ride. 3-run homer. Here it comes. Boom.
Oh, that looked easy.
Oh, that was just absolutely no doubt about it.
Yeah, a lot of power on his swing. It's smooth as well to where he's not like having to swing so hard. It's just boom, off the bat. All right, it's gone.
And that brings up Newell. Newell struck out his first time. So that puts the Raptors up 6-1. And the home run barrage continues for the Raptors. They came into the game with 74. That gives them 76 now on the season.
Ooh.
There's a shot into
the gap.
Right.
Oh, gone.
And that is gone.
Back-to-back home runs for the Raptors.
Line drive home run to left field.
Oh, look at that shot right there.
For Blake Newell.
Mr. Nova Scotia.
That's his 3rd of the season. And again, the fielders really didn't make many moves.
Michael, can we, from now on, you see how when they score get the home run, they come around the home plate, then they do the whole boom, can we do that when we come into the booth? I think we need something like that.
I think you would probably injure me.
We need our little some celebration.
That brings up Shakir Rodriguez Mohammed, and Shakir grounded out to third base his first time up. So the Raptors now put a 4 spot up there in the bottom of the 3rd, and they're on top 7-1. Again, I'll remind you, we play at the level where they have a 10-run rule.
Okay. Yep.
So if after 5 innings of play, a team is up by 10 or more, that's the ball game. Now, in a case like this where the Raptors are batting last because they're the home team, if they could tack on a couple more here or in the 4th, they may not even have to. Oh, there's a hard shot. Third baseman just couldn't come up with it.
Yeah, those aren't easy to deal with when it hops right in front of you.
I'm going to give Rodriguez a hit on that one, even though.
Oh, here we go. Ball recovery.
Yep, there's.
He's waving.
There's number 19 out there, Nicholas Ruda. Apparently, he's been designated as the ball retriever today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. All right, well, maybe he'll have to sign a ball or two as well.
So Shakir Rodriguez is the threat to run. He's got 15. I'm sorry, Rodriguez Mohammed is a threat to run. He's got 15 steals on the season. Oliva's up. He walked. I'm sorry, he struck out his first time up. Ooh, and he fouls it out. So Burlingame still in there, having a rough inning, still with just 1 out. Oh, I stand corrected. Burlingame is out of the game. It's number 33. Couldn't see the jersey. That is Mike Presky.
Yep, from Chesapeake, Maryland.
Ground ball to short,
Ooh,
throw to first. Nice play by the first baseman for the out. But Rodriguez moves up to second. And that brings Giannis up. He struck out his first time. So Mike Presky is in for Cecil. Mike is, this is his 12th appearance. He's started 2 games. Has a rather gaudy ERA. He's pitched 21 innings so far this season. And he's won 2 and lost 3. He's also got a save. Allowed 3 home runs this season.
Speaking of saves, actually, brought up something I was actually thinking about the other day. So remember Mariano Rivera?
Yes.
Right, who doesn't, right?
Right.
So, back in the day for the Yankees, he'd come in, what, bottom of the eighth or so?
8th, 9th,
yeah.
Mostly the 9th.
Yeah, he'd come in.
Rarely would he pitch more than an inning.
And he would just close out the game, right?
Yeah.
So, with pitchers, for instance, we mentioned.
And he basically had 1 pitch.
Yeah.
He had 1 pitch, which was, which he just threw.
Perfectly.
You know, it was lethal.
Yeah.
You know.
So with pitchers nowadays going 6-7 innings, and then is it that another starting pitcher's coming in, or is it the closers coming in the 7th inning nowadays instead of the 9th inning?
No, they have. These teams now have a lot of guys in the bullpen.
Okay.
And they have a lot of guys with. Well, there's a off the fist. That's going to be a tough play.
Ooh.
Oh, nice cover and nice play by the second baseman. That was a nice play to get Giannis at first. And that ends the inning, but not before the Raptors put up 4, so they lead 7-1 after 3 complete. And we're going to take a real quick break. We'll be right back after this.
Every morning gives you a certain feeling. Like you have the potential to make something big happen.
The possibility of finding purpose. At Montgomery College, we're more than just learners.
We are the designers of our own tomorrows, building futures that didn't always feel possible.
Here, we're first-gen scholars, career switchers, and late-night learners.
We're parents, veterans, dreamers, and doers. Every day moving forward, not just in the classroom, but in the community.
And we're doing it together. From every background toward every future. Because when we rise, our communities rise with us. Our families grow stronger.
This isn't just a place to learn, it's a place to belong.
Where ambition takes flight.
And we are back on the Germantown campus of Montgomery College. Michael Brown alongside my partner, Andre Anderson. Raptors on top, 7-1 after 3 complete. Castellanos still out on the hill for the Raptors, and leading off for Cecil is number 24, Ethan Neff. Neff flew out to center field his first time up.
Yeah, so back to
yes.
Closers and.
So what you nowadays you have a pretty regimented bullpen.
Okay.
You've got guys, of course you've got the starters, But then you've got an ample bullpen, and if you look at a box score these days, it's not unusual to see 3, 4, even 5 relievers in a game.
Wow.
And that's because most relievers are only pitching 1 inning, maybe 2. When I was a kid and younger, there was a role in the bullpen called long man.
Okay.
Which meant that was usually the guy who would be the first reliever in the game and then would get you to the closer.
Okay.
Or get you to the setup man, which is usually what they call the guy that pitches the 8th inning.
Yeah.
The closer is usually the guy that pitches the 9th. So you have a lot of, quote, long relievers, guys who could give you 2 innings, maybe even 3 innings. But generally these days, they're giving you 1.
Okay.
2 at the most. Unless it's one of those games which managers hate where they have to take out their starting pitcher in like the 1st or 2nd inning.
Yeah, those, oof.
And then you're really taxing your bullpen if you're only pitching each guy 1 inning. So in that case, you may bring in a guy, in the 2nd inning, who might give you 3 or 4 innings.
Yeah.
To get you to the 5th or maybe even the 6th.
A lot of strategy goes into
a lot of
pitching.
strategy, and of course, a lot of what they call, there's a ground ball to third. Nice play by
double.
Freeman. Throw to first in time. Oh, he's safe. Pulled him off the bag. So they get the lead runner.
Let's check out that replay again to see, was his foot off the bag?
I'm not sure. Well, we couldn't really see.
Yeah.
Couldn't really see from that shot.
We'll agree with the refs.
So, anyway, they got their lead runner at second, which is what they really want to do. And that brings up the top of the order. I'm sorry, Chris Woods. That was Jackson who beat the throw. Oh, there's a bunt. And the Raptors let it go foul. Nice choice by Freeman there.
Yeah, way to know the rules. That's always very important.
So, Woods walks back. Woods has popped to third and hit a fly ball to right field, so he's 0 for 2. Woods came in hitting .383. And not sure what the call is here. It was the batter hit? The home plate umpire is not sure. He's going to go consult with the base umpire, but I don't know how the base. Still not sure.
Yeah. Well,
but obviously they're not saying he was hit by the pitch. Meanwhile, the ball got away. The runner did move up to second base. That's a tough play for the home plate umpire because he's not really watching the dirt.
Yeah.
He's fixated on the strike zone. So a brief mound visit there by Dan Rasher. 1 out here in the top of the 4th. Raptors on top, 7-1. And this is an important game for the Raptors in terms of playoff seeding. So this is Chris Woods, 0 for 2 on the day. Takes a strike.
Great pitch.
That evens the count at 2-2. So there you see Castellanos getting the pitch call from the bench. It's usually how it's done at this level.
Oh,
there's a pop up. See if it's in play. Oliva couldn't make the play. Tough sky to pull that out of, that ball.
Yeah, super sunny.
Plus, there's not a lot of foul ground here, so he may have been a little bit unfamiliar with where he was in terms of the fence and the dugout over there. Not a lot of foul ground here. Outside, full count. Dirt, and he walked him. That brings up Richter. Mason Richter. He's popped to third. He flew out to right. I'm sorry, he was hit by a pitch, and he singled to left field. He has a stolen base. So he was hit by a pitch his first time up.
Ooh.
There's a nice breaking pitch.
Oh, yeah.
And that flag out in right field is straight out now.
Oh, yeah, it is wave in. You can see it in the trees as well.
Yes.
All the trees are. Ooh,
there's a line drive into right field. It drops for a hit. And they hold the runner at third. Oh, hold the runner at third. Here he comes.
Oh.
Bad throw. Run scores.
A little bit rushed.
Little bit rushed. As the throw from the outfield got through. And that is not an RBI. As he scored on an error, on a throwing error, and made it out all the way to second base. And Seifert is up. Seifert has walked and popped out. Foul ball. Jevin Seifert, our third baseman today for the Seahawks.
So you grew up playing baseball, Michael?
I did. I was not great.
Okay. I'm sure you're better than me.
My problem was the curveball.
Well, my problem was hitting the ball. So even on T-ball, I was swinging and missing.
I could hit the fastball, but such as it was at that level. But the breaking stuff, oh my gosh. Talk about putting your foot in the bucket when you're up there.
What defensive position did you play?
I played shortstop and first base and center field.
Okay. Those are some fun positions.
Yeah. And and I coached my boys when they were growing up.
Okay.
So I've been around the game for a long time, and there's a strike. He did not agree. However, I don't think he's going to win that argument.
Yeah.
So another strikeout for Castellanos. And 2 outs now, and that brings up Baldini, the first baseman. He's walked and he's had an infield single. Takes it in the dirt low. Runners on second and third. Head coach Charlie Bailey would love a base hit here for Baldini. Bit outside and low.
Castellanos has been throwing a lot of pitches so far.
He had that rough first inning where he threw a lot of pitches.
Mm-hmm.
And cruised through the second pretty easily. Oh, there's a wild pitch. Here comes a run. And Chris Wood scores. That's 2 runs in now in the inning. They still have a runner on third. Richter with Baldini with a ahead in the count, 3 balls, no strikes. This is a key moment here for Castellanos. Strike. Outside and high. And they called that a balk.
Wow. We're going to need the balk explanation for the ones that don't know what that is.
So that clears the bases as Richter scores. I did not see it, but apparently he made a false move. Called a balk and the run trotted in.
Yeah, that's one of the most confusing calls
it is
in baseball.
And he lost him.
Especially for someone who's unfamiliar with the game, you're going to have no idea even how to pronounce balk.
And another conversation to be had on the mound, and that will be it for Castellanos. As he comes out of the game with a lead, 7-4. The runner on first is his responsibility. And let's see who the Raptors have brought in. Number 18 for the Raptors, Blake Newell. Newell was the DH, so we're going to either he'll stay in at DH or we'll get a new DH. Of course, Newell, his last time up, homer.
Yep.
To right center.
So we have a hitting pitcher.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens when his spot in the order comes up.
Usually they switch out the DH when this situation happens.
It depends. I mean, with Newell, being such a good hitter, I mean, he's hitting .324 on the season. That home run was his third of the season. It's possible they'll keep him in there. As a pitcher, this is his 9th appearance. He's pitched 15 innings for the Raptors. Has a record of 1 win and two losses. 1 win, 2 losses. And his ERA is not what he wants it to be.
Yeah. We'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
Oh, what is this like?
So the
is that a sandwich he's eating?
Bullpen is having a feast out there.
I'm upset we didn't get the invite, but it's okay.
So, and that brings up Kleckner. Kleckner is 1 for 2 with an RBI. Grounded to second. Last time up, he doubled in a run. Facing Blake Newell.
That was a great first pitch.
He's off to a good start. I'd say the one red flag on Blake's. Ooh, nice slow curve for a strike. One blemish on Blake's resume is he has given up 4 long balls. In 15 innings of work. Raptors have had a lot of injuries with their pitching staff this season, plus some guys that are pitching hurt.
Yeah.
We talked to one of those guys,
Derek Sawyer.
Derek Sawyer, prior to the game. He's currently the Raptors' best pitcher.
Oh.
There's a hard hit ball out to left, but right at Rodriguez. Makes the easy catch for the 3rd out. So, Newell comes in, gets Kleckner, and ends the inning. And we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with the bottom of the 4th after this.
She came ready to work hard. She left knowing her true potential. In honors seminars and STEM labs, she found passion for science, earned a prestigious scholarship, and proved that academic excellence doesn't only start in the Ivy League. At Montgomery College, she found professors with big expectations, and she rose to the challenge. Now, she's studying neuroscience at Columbia University. This is what extraordinary looks like.
MC is defined by those who put in the work, and MC students do.
We don't just begin to be inspired by those students after graduation, they inspire us every step of their journey.
And living up to its reputation as Windy Hill. You know, when we got here a few hours ago, it was calm as could be. That is no longer the case, my friends.
You think it was going to just stay not windy?
No, come on.
Windy Hill.
This is Windy Hill. And there is a living, breathing example of Windy Hill in action.
Yeah, but it's a great day at Windy Hill today, though. I mean,
it's beautiful.
Yeah, man. It's a beautiful
Believe me,
day.
I've shot games out here when it was freezing.
Do you remember, this might be either last year or 2 years ago, when we had I don't want to say the word, so then I don't want to jinx this beautiful day, but there was a delay because of weather, and we were in the booth and having to do how would I say this, a long, just presentation of no baseball.
That's right. Yeah, I recall that. We had to dig deep for that one.
Oh, man.
All right, Jaden Mandler leading off for the Raptors. He's walked Scored a run and struck out. And he takes a strike. Kresge is still on the hill for Cecil. Not sure we gave you Preske's numbers. It's 2-3 on the season.
Ooh.
And that's off the fist, right at the left fielder. Neff gathers it in. So Mandler flies out to left field to lead off the inning. So anyway, Mike Preske is 2-3 on the season. This is his 13th appearance. He started a couple of games, pitched 21 innings, and has given up 3 long balls this season. So that brings up Anderson. Anderson has a double, and he flew out. Scored a run. So he is 1 for 2 with a run scored. Right down the middle. Preske throwing hard.
Yeah, he is throwing it.
Good fastball right on the knees. And he's quickly ahead in the count. No balls, 2 strikes. There's a breaking pitch. Anderson all over it. Fouled it off. Way outside. One out here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Ooh, he hit him. So Anderson hit by a pitch, and that brings up Piles.
I would need the ambulance on call if that happened to me.
Oof. Got him right in the back.
Yeah, but he's a tough guy.
That's got to hurt.
All right, Jack, let's bring him around.
That brings up Piles. He is 1 for 2. Scored a run. Swings through the breaking ball. So Mickey Anderson, who is on first, is a threat to steal. He's got 17 stolen bases so far this season.
And a really cool drone shot here.
Great shot. Great look at that lead and the coverage by the first baseman. These drone shots are...
I know. The camera is incredible.
They add a whole new dimension to things. Here he goes. Ball's in the dirt. He's in there standing up. Stolen base. Stolen base for Anderson. And now that puts a runner in scoring position for Piles. Takes it low. 2 balls, 1 strike. All of a sudden, the wind has died down. Very strange. There's a pop-up in the infield. Second baseman under it. Gathers it in for the out.
Yeah, those are never easy.
No, that was a high one. And a little bit of wind because it picked back up again.
And you can lose it in the sun.
It's a very high sky. He does have shades, which helps a lot. That brings up Freeman. Freeman had a 2-run home run his first time up, and last time up, he was hit by a pitch but came around to score. So he's 1 for 1 with 2 RBIs. Throw back to second. Just sort of a, hey, I know you're there throw.
Yeah.
Kresge with a very odd move there. He kind of tossed the ball up in the air to himself. I'm not sure that's something his coach wants him doing.
Yeah. Never really seen that before.
Me either. And my point is, if he drops that,
it's live, right?
It's a live ball, yeah. And you got speed at second in Anderson. Swung right through that one. So Freeman two outs here. Breaking ball high. Caught the corner.
Yeah, he throws heat. When he throws his fastball, it's coming in there really fast.
Freeman did not like that call. There's a ground ball to second. He's on it. Throw over in time for the out, and that's the end of the inning. So the Raptors go down without scoring. And after 4 complete, the Raptors on top 7-4. We'll be right back with a very special guest in the top of the 5th. Stick with us.
Please join us in welcoming today's Youth Coach of the Match. The Washington Spirit are honored to partner with several youth coaches and organizations in the DMV to enhance the women's game. Today's Youth Coach of the Match is Lucia Holsendorf. Lucia's influence reaches far beyond the field, and the care she shows her players as people is what truly sets her apart. At Montgomery College, she has built a culture grounded in trust, accountability, and genuine connection. Montgomery College women's soccer is stronger because of Lucia Holsendorf's heart, vision, and unwavering commitment to those that she coaches. She is truly deserving of this nomination and recognition. Let's give a big round of applause for Coach Lucia Holsendorf.
And here we are in the booth with our very own MC women's soccer coach, Lucia Holsendorf. Lucia, what a great moment.
Thank you. I was so nervous.
You didn't look it.
No, I definitely was. I was glad it rained out a little bit.
So how did this come about? How'd you hear about it?
I honestly got an email saying, hey, you were nominated for Coach of the Match. And the great lady Anna, she basically described what the award was for, people that work with the community a lot and are trying to change, student athletes' lives, not just as athletes. So somebody or some people nominated me. They didn't tell me, but I also didn't ask. I was scared of asking.
There's a ground ball out. So that had to be quite a night. Tell us a little bit about what went on during the evening.
Yeah, so I got there. They walked me on the field, presented me with a video that you just saw, gave me the soccer ball, a certificate, and they actually gave me suite tickets, so that was pretty cool. And so I was in the Heineken suites and then on the field, and they did a meet and greet with some athletes as well, so that was cool. And I got to see somebody that I also already met through an old friend. So it was pretty cool. It was a fun night.
Were you able to invite people to be in the suite with you?
Yeah, it was 2 tickets, so I brought one of my close friends. So she got to enjoy the game with me, and we're really big Spirit fans, and we were just criticizing the whole game the entire time.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. And as I understand that one of our MC alum was on camera that night, Thomas DeVita, so he was there working.
Yeah.
So that's terrific. So I asked you before we went on air, did you get to keep the ball?
I did. I have to find a spot for it, but it's in my car for right now. I can't decide if I want to put it in the office or at home.
So that is a great honor and very, very well deserved. I've known Licia for a very long time. As a matter of fact, I was calling games when you were playing here at Montgomery College. So
years ago.
It's been many years.
Yeah.
I'm a lot older. You look the same.
Oh, thank you.
You look like you could go out there and play tomorrow.
I might.
So tell us a little bit about what happens during the off season for MC women's soccer.
Oh, it's busy. I mean, as soon as we hit spring season, we have a lot of practice sessions, weight sessions, and a couple of NCAA games, alumni game. And then they have about 3 weeks off now, and then we'll start again June 1st. In a sense, we have open field, so we'll have everybody from the team there, and they have their own packets for the summer as well. So it's busy year long. It's busy, but we're getting ready, and we're the only D1 school, I think, is word around town. So it's gonna look different this season. Yeah.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Yeah, so Hartford and Hagerstown, pretty sure they dropped down to D2. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting, because MC is at D2 level in soccer, correct? Or no, we're D1. We're D1s.
Yeah.
So Hagerstown and Hartford have dropped down to D2, which means you will not be competing against them in order to advance
to districts
in the postseason.
Yeah, we'll still see them in regular season, so that's cool. But for districts, you're looking at those big top teams. So like Daytona, Monroe, they'll be visiting us in September, right?
Oh.
So yeah.
You're gonna get to go out to those schools at all?
Yeah, we do. We have a couple of ways, so it'll be good. It'll be fun. You know, the girls love to travel.
I'm sure.
But yeah, heavy season this season, so we're getting them mentally and physically prepared as much as we can.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So now, in addition to your coaching duties here at Montgomery College, you're a full-time employee here at the college as well, correct?
I am, yeah.
There's a fly ball to left.
Oh,
run down by EJ. Nice job running that ball down. Nice running catch in right center for the third out of the inning. So, good job. Let's take a look at that, and we'll get back to our quick conversation. Here we go. Nice running catch.
Oh, he has speed on him.
Boy, he does. Covered a lot of ground there. So, the reason I bring that up is you had something to do with what's going on here today as well, right? With the Spirit Day?
Yeah, I've been, I dragged Dre along with me. But yeah, we take care of the pep rallies, the Spirit Days, you know, sophomore nights, sophomore days as well. So we're trying to give it more of a university, very student life centered feel. Give them as many fun activities. You know, me and Dre came here and we had a lot of fun and stuff, but you know, what else can we bring to attract more to MC and to make sure the kids are just enjoying it as much as they can?
Well, that's great. And getting people out to the games. These games are great.
Yeah,
doesn't matter what the sport.
Yeah.
You know, and I think it helps build school spirit, team spirit.
Absolutely. Yep. And the free Carmen's was nice too. Yeah, that was good.
Yep. We would be remiss if we didn't mention again Carmen's Italian Ice is providing free ices out here today.
Yep.
Which is a great thing.
Yeah, delicious.
And I don't know if you know, but one of the owner's son is on the baseball team.
Yeah, Jaden,
Yep.
I think, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Mandler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They call it like, I I think they have a day at Carmen's they call like J Day or something like that. So where you go and they have like a Italian ice that's named after him or created by him, and it's called J Day or something like that.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
So how's the team looking this year?
Good. Very, very determined, very driven, right? I think last season we had a hard start. We had less sophomores, more freshmen kind of deal. So the freshmen really learned, hey, this is what we're doing this for, right? What's our purpose? What's our why? And they're taking that to heart, and you can see it. They've been working hard in the gym, hard on the field. They played very hard against George Mason recently and Marymount, and we gave them a lot of challenges defensively. So, yeah. I mean, it's a big step up from the past 3 years that I've been here. George Mason, they couldn't score until like the 40th, 45th minute, and we lost 3-0, but it's a massive improvement, especially against the D1, you know,
It's a
NCAA.
D1 4-year school.
Yeah.
Exactly.
With NIL money and all that other stuff.
Yeah. So they were excited after that. It drove them. Obviously, it sucks to lose, but, you know, we got to look at the bright side, and then we only let Marymount score 1 in the end, and it was just a mistake, right? We were tired, and it was like the last 3 minutes of the game. So massive improvement. The girls keep bringing in more talent and skills. So it's good to see. Yeah.
Oh, that's terrific.
Yeah.
That's terrific. So we'd be remiss here if we didn't mention this is EJ Okoji up for the Raptors. Last time up, he had a 3-run bomb.
And there he goes.
Just smacked one down the third baseline, and with his speed,
he can keep going.
He just glides into second. So lead-off double for the Raptors. That's a good way to start the inning against Pesky is still out there, right?
Yep. Yeah, he's still there.
Yep.
There you go again with the
Mike
replay.
Pesky. So there's the replay.
Good speed.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's got really good speed.
And it's not easy running on that dirt.
No, not at all.
He's got 30 steals this summer, this season. 30
That's
in 45 games.
Good for
Did
him.
it again. Throw to second, back easily. And Newell is up. So that answers our question. Newell is pitching as well as hitting as DH.
Yeah.
Which you can do. So the only other person that's going to do that is Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, but we won't compare the two.
No. That's unfair to Shohei.
Yeah. That's a good one. That was a good one.
So, another long season coming up. And you guys put the work in over the summer too, don't you?
Yeah, we do. We try as much as we can. Yeah. And I think you guys are going to like the incoming freshmen too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah,
oh.
Uh-oh.
Is there no infield fly rule?
Not in that situation.
Okay.
Not in that situation.
Yeah, okay.
So that's an error. So that puts runners on first and second now. And brings up Rodriguez. Rodriguez Mohammed. And he had a single his last time up.
Okay. Well, it's good, though. Freshmen coming in looking good. Team's looking solid. They're working hard the spring and the summer. Sounds like they're getting ready for the season. Sounds like things are going to go in y'all's favor.
I think so. I hope so, right? We've been working hard every single year to change the program a little bit, but this year it feels like we're ready.
You're going to be starting your third or fourth season?
This would be third as head coach, fourth overall. Yeah. Yeah, time is flying.
Right. And you're in school also, aren't you?
Yeah, I graduate on the 14th with my master's, so.
Oh, what? Clap it up for you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been hard.
From?
Georgetown University.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And what time and what subject?
I'm doing sports management there. Yeah, so hopefully take a little gap and then go for my doctorates.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Good
really?
for you.
Yeah.
Ambitious. We love it.
Just got to get it done.
I remember watching Licia play soccer. You were one of the stars on that team. You guys went to, did you go to nationals when you were there? I'm trying to
No,
remember.
that was the year right after me.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think boys went both years that we were here, right?
Yeah.
We had our chance. We were so close.
Yeah,
But,
I remember that.
yeah, regionals was always tight. I think we
Yeah.
lost by 1 both years.
Yeah.
But it's okay. It drives me now. We got to get it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, boy, what a different landscape without Hartford.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
I was
that
very
is,
surprised.
for those of you who don't know, Hartford and MC, one of the best soccer rivalries, both at the men's and women's level.
Yeah, absolutely.
In soccer.
Yeah.
Frequently meeting in the regions, the regional finals. Yeah, frequently.
Yeah.
Always a big game. Always a good turnout of fans.
Yeah.
So will you play them at all?
We will. They're going to
You'll
come
play
to
them in
us
the regular
this year.
season.
Yeah, they both come to us, I believe, this season.
Okay, so
yeah.
you will not, but they will not be involved in the postseason with you guys.
Yeah, there's no regionals, straight to districts if we make it. So we'll be seeing those top teams. One of the Monroes is now in the NAIA, I think.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, so they're Monroe University, and then, we'll still see the Monroe in New York. But yeah, competition is changing. It's getting higher.
That's good. It's good for the overall state of NJCAA. As it grows, I mean, it's only going to help our program here at the college as well. So it's good to see more money coming in. It's good to see the growth of the sport, of all the sports, and it's good to see the growth of it all.
No, absolutely. I mean, women's soccer right now, the game is changing
Oh,
at
wow.
every level.
Big time.
Yeah. They're opening up a new league that'll allow different levels of college athletes to have a chance at the pros at NWSL. So hopefully that league goes fully through.
That's the with the DC Powers in that league. Is that the league?
No, I think it's completely different. I haven't done too much research on it, but it's coming up. And if that comes up, oh man, it's going to change a lot of things for a lot of girls. So it's crazy. It's good though.
Well, of course, did the Spirit win the night you were there?
They did, yeah. It was a good game, honestly.
And Leva swings and foul tips that one. Leva looking for his first hit of the game. He's struck out and grounded out. So full count, no outs. Raptors with the bases juiced. And this is a great opportunity here to bump into that 10-run rule, although they need a few.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we hope that the MC video and multimedia team can do some women's soccer and some men's soccer. There's a walk. That walk's in a run. So he gets an RBI. I hope we get an opportunity to do some women's soccer this fall.
I hope so too. I'm telling you, it's going to be exciting. We're going to try to bring out a lot more youth teams to walk out our girls too. But yeah, we're trying to make every game as lively. I mean, it's something that we're trying to work on across all sports with the whole team. So hopefully we can get bigger crowds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's terrific.
We'll look to do I'm sure another Spirit Day.
Oh, absolutely.
And
those have been successful.
Yeah, they're fun. I mean, how can you say no to free snacks and food and prizes, right?
Yeah. You had shirts down there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got one on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
fit
too
that
late.
well, but it's a little tight. And there's the drone up there.
Yeah. There's the drone. So bases loaded, nobody out. They're sticking with Presky for the moment. And And Giannis, he puts one out into center field. Over
Oh,
the head
that's
of the center fielder.
There's two, at
There's
least.
going to be one run. Here comes the second run. They're sending the runner around third. He's going to score standing up. So a bases loaded triple by Giannis. 3 RBIs. So all of a sudden, it's 11-4 Raptors. We were talking about that 10-run rule. There's still no outs.
Yep.
And that brings up the top of the order with Mandler. And a man on third base. So Giannis got his first hit of the game. He was 0 for 2, and that was a big one. Foul off third baseline. Mandler is looking for his first hit. He has walked and scored, but he also has a strikeout and a flyout. Pitch outside. So it's 11-4. Again, to remind you, the 10-run rule is, should the Raptors score 14 in this inning and go up by 10, that would be the end of the game.
Ooh,
There's a
another
ground ball, and that's going to be, he beats it out.
Safe.
Infield single and an RBI.
That was a great defensive effort, though. Those,
It was.
I always call those like the Derek Jeter shortstop, like cross body throws.
So that's an RBI for Mandler on that hit, and that brings up Anderson. Anderson has a double, and last time up he was hit by a pitch and stole a base. So if the Raptors could put 2 more on the board in this inning, that would be the ball game. Well, coaching Lucy is really, there to throw to first, back safely. It's really a full-time job. I mean, a year-round job, isn't it?
Yeah, year-round, 24 hours round. No, but I love it. I mean, the kids keep me young. I still play, so if I get a chance to train with them, you know, I get to train with them a little bit. But it's good. Always busy. Busy's good.
Busy is good.
Yeah.
Busy is the best. Keep throwing over to first to Mandler. He's only got 2 steals on the season. But the Raptors could be looking to get him into scoring position. 12-4 Raptors, bottom of the 5th inning. It's back again, so that's 3 straight throws over. They're clearly worried about him.
Oh,
there's a fly ball, and it's foul. Down the left field line, near the Raptors bullpen. And of course, you have the great facility at Rockville.
We do.
That has really improved things, hasn't it?
Improved from our time.
Whoa.
So
Boy,
much.
You could say that again.
Oh, man. I think the baseball field was down there, too.
It was.
Yeah, so when we had corner kicks, we were always on their side. Oh, man. Yeah, good memories, though.
Yeah, good memories. Oh, yeah. I saw him covered many a game down there.
I know. That's what I always say. The new athletes, especially the soccer players that get to use the facilities are spoiled because I was like, man, you don't understand where we came from.
Nope. Trust me, I try to remind them every single year, though. We had dirt and rocks. Y'all got a beautiful stadium. Locker room right on it, too.
Yeah.
What?
Talk about a clean. There was no such thing as a clean roll of the ball.
Oh,
no, never.
You had to make sure your touch was perfect.
Yeah, you had to be able to read the game a little bit more, There's
a ground ball to short. Force at second. He's safe.
That's right. There was a
second baseman dropped it on the exchange. So Anderson on by an error. Take another look. I think the second baseman just tried to. Now he just lost it on the exchange. And visit to the mound.
Oh, looks like they're switching.
That's going to be it for Presky.
He was out there for a while.
He was. He gave him some good innings. But this one, wheels have come off the bus a little bit in this inning. The fielding has not helped. They've had 2 errors in this inning. So really, Presky has nothing to be hanging his head about. And here comes a big fella out to the mound. Trying to catch that number 30-something.
31.
32?
Is it 31 or is it 32?
32.
Let's see.
32 is Austin Farrow.
Oh, yes. He put the band on. Just
Yeah.
look for the person with the band.
There you go.
Yeah. And I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that Austin is not related to Mia Farrow.
I would say probably not.
Yeah, I'll just go out on that limb. Austin, number 32, is from Earlville, Maryland.
Where's that?
Yeah.
I have no clue.
Okay. We learn something new every day.
Yes.
I actually did see someone else I was going to ask about. I saw that someone is from.
Yes.
Give me one. Yeah, Port
Deposit, Maryland?
Yes.
That's up there near Cecil. That's about all I know.
Okay.
I'm guessing Earlville is as well.
Okay. And then Rising Sun.
That's all the way up in northern Maryland. I think it's like right on the border between Maryland and Pennsylvania.
Okay, there's 3 of them from Rising Sun.
I know there's a Harford County, former Harford County resident in the truck who probably knows that geography a little better than I do.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So, Rising Sun, I do believe, is all the way up by the bridge, isn't it? It's a great name for a city.
I know. I was like, it's such a beautiful,
Yeah.
positive name for us.
Yeah.
Rising Sun.
So let's tell you a little bit about, it's right off of Route 1, I'm being told. Austin is, he's no wins, 1 loss on the season. This is his 10th appearance. He started 1 game, pitched 14.2 innings, and again, probably has an ERA that he'd like to have lower.
Yeah. Leave it at that once again.
Yeah. And that brings up Piles. And Piles is the kind of guy who could end this game with 1 swing. And he takes it inside. We're just going to keep Licia here because,
Yeah.
you know,
Hey, kick me out when you're ready.
she's good company, and we've locked the door so she can't get out.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh.
There's a fly ball.
And it is
deep,
gone.
Deep,
Yep.
deep.
Gone.
It's gone.
Nice.
A 3-run walk-off homer
And you called it too. You said that he's a guy that can end it on 1 swing.
by Zachary Piles. And that, my friends, is the ball game. Nice big smile on his face. And I'll tell you what, you chest bump with that guy.
Hey, you're gonna fly him.
You're gonna pay a price.
Oh, man.
You will rise with the sun. Now, Lucia, I was saying,
He's
Yes.
a large human.
you see that celebration that they just did?
We need to do that.
I was saying, Michael, when we enter the booth,
Uh-huh.
we should be doing that.
And I told him he'd hurt me.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. He might hurt himself going down. You know,
see?
we're hitting that age.
Yeah. The knees. I'm just
The
sitting down
knees,
and I'm already
yes.
hurting.
So
I
there we
know.
see Zachary Piles taking that nice stroll around the bases. His 3-run homer wraps this one up for the Raptors. With the win, the Raptors are now 28-18 on the season. The winning pitcher for the Raptors will be Newell. And the Raptors take the first one. We want to thank Licia so much for stopping in, talking to us, telling us about your great honor there at the Spirit game, and cluing us in on what's to come for MC Women's Soccer.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Yeah, thanks so much. So Andre and I are going to take a break.
Yes.
But don't go away, because we'll be back with the second game of the doubleheader in just about 20 minutes. So for all of us here with the Montgomery College video and multimedia team, stay tuned for Game 2. It's coming up real soon.
Do you know what happens to elements under extreme pressure?
They transform, become something new.
Something formidable.
Are you keeping up?
It's not just physics.
It's a metaphor for the Raptors.
Yeah, we are made of something special. More than just the crest on our chest.
Under the spotlight, under the pressure, we come alive.
We're not just playing the game, we're redefining it. With every pass,
every dribble,
every set,
and every play. just a game for us.
It's just who we are.
We raise doubts as we raise the bar. So to anyone who thinks they're ready to challenge us,
bring it on.
We are the Raptors.
We're ready.
We ready.
Bring it on. We're ready.
How do you define Montgomery College? That's the wrong question. It's not how it's defined, it's who defines it.
This is a turning point. It's a moment to look to the future and reify your purpose.
MC is defined by those who put in the work, from early mornings to late nights, from the classroom to the workplace, with their families, their teammates, and when no one is watching. When our students declare to the world, "I am MC," they stand tall, backed by 1,000 experiences that have shaped them along the way, and alongside those who have walked the path with them.
There may have been moments of doubt when you were afraid by too much responsibility. Some of you have changed majors and found new inspiration. Through it, you have found the courage to surmount obstacles. If you are the first in your family to graduate, please stand up and say, "I am MC." If you earned a high school diploma and a college degree this spring, if you speak more than one language, if you are older than 50 years old, a military service member, an honor student, if you are a parent or a member of the Montgomery College graduating class, please stand up and say, "I am MC."
Those who embody our spirit don't just graduate and move on. Rather, they continue to represent us as the designers of change and the leaders that they've been the entire time. We don't just begin to be inspired by them after graduation. It's that in our eyes, they've been inspiring us every step of the way. Choosing a college close to home wasn't just a financial choice. It meant staying connected to family, and yes, Mom's home-cooked meals. It gave her the space to focus on what comes next. At Montgomery College, curiosity becomes capability, and confidence becomes direction. Family gave her stability. Montgomery College gave her room to grow. This is what extraordinary looks like.
Every morning gives you a certain feeling. Like you have the potential to make something big happen.
The possibility of finding purpose. At Montgomery College, we're more than just learners.
We are the designers of our own tomorrows, building futures that didn't always feel possible.
Here, we're first-gen scholars, career switchers, and late-night learners.
We're parents, veterans, dreamers, and doers. Every day moving forward, not just in the classroom, but in the community.
And we're doing it together. From every background toward every future. Because when we rise, our communities rise with us. Our families grow stronger.
This isn't just a place to learn. It's a place to belong.
Where ambition takes flight.
He thought he knew how this was supposed to go. College, debt, a job he wasn't sure he wanted. Choosing a career path before he understood himself felt risky. At Montgomery College, he didn't have to have it all figured out. It was education with room to explore. It didn't lock him into one outcome. He had options, and he chose his own path. This is what extraordinary looks like.
Exceptional education, extraordinary outcomes. Wow. It means many, many things to me.
It's plural because there's so many possibilities of how that can look for each of our students.
Education that represents the workforce.
Helping students grow, helping them evolve.
I think about my students, how I teach. I don't lecture all the time because that's boring.
Programs that are developed with students in mind so that we meet their needs.
And remind them of what's the possibility, what can really happen with an MC education behind you.
Driven by the goals of the student.
Connecting students and past students to opportunities.
Every opportunity is another opportunity for another opportunity.
Not just the students, but the community as well.
Areas that truly impact the community and what it is that we're trying to do as Montgomery College.
Teaching to the different learning styles in my classroom
is exactly how you get
exceptional education,
extraordinary outcomes.
I'm dancing till the sun comes up. I wanna see you drop to the beat in the club. Don't wanna see you stop, move your feet, turn it up. I wanna see you drop, down it goes, take a shot. Don't wanna see you stop, move your feet, turn it up. I wanna see you drop, down it goes, take a shot. Turn it up, turn it up.
Before coming to Montgomery College, I didn't know I was going to pursue higher education. I thought I was going to work in fast food or retail, and none of my friends decided to pursue higher education, so I was definitely alone in my journey. The resources that helped me thrive academically here at Montgomery College was the ACES program, which helps students in Montgomery County pursue higher education, and also the Mi Gente Learning Community Program that is ran by Professor Penn, that helps Latino students pursue business in Montgomery College. After transferring to the University of Maryland, I now have the opportunity to mentor and guide other students with the resources and connections I gained here at Montgomery College. I hope my story can inspire students to pursue higher education because it's changed my life for the better.
Montgomery College doesn't just talk about success, we show it. Real results, not just cliches. The proof is everywhere you look. And within 3 years, our graduates more than double their income. Our students don't just imagine what's possible, they prove it. Montgomery College, proving what's possible.
She came ready to work hard. She left knowing her true potential. In honors seminars and STEM labs, she found passion for science, earned a prestigious scholarship, and proved that academic excellence doesn't only start in the Ivy League. At Montgomery College, she found professors with big expectations, and she rose to the challenge. Now, she's studying neuroscience at Columbia University. This is what extraordinary looks like.
From the Germantown campus of Montgomery College, the Montgomery College video and multimedia team brings you Game 2 of our doubleheader here today between the Montgomery College Raptors and the Cecil College Seahawks. Michael Brown once again alongside my partner Andre Anderson, and we are just about set to get Game 2 underway. For those of you who may have unfortunately missed the first game, the Raptors won it in big-time fashion with a 3-run walk-off home run to take the opener 15-4 and improve to 28-18 on the season. We are set to get underway. We'll get to the lineups and the defensive setups in just a moment. We're ready for the first pitch of the game, Beal against Jackson. And he fouls it back. So, Andre, first game, the Raptors went deep several times.
Oh, yes, they did. And that's exactly what we were hoping to see, what we wanted to see, and we did see that. A couple home runs from some of the players, a lot of, line drives that went all the way back to the fence. So it was a high-scoring first game for the Raptors.
Well, on the hill in the second game for the Raptors is Connor Beal. Connor is 2-2 on the season. This is his third start. He's made 12 appearances, pitched 32 innings, and has an ERA of 6.47. Well, let's set the rest of the defense for the Raptors. Moore is catching. Piles, who had the big 3-run homer to walk-off homer in the first game, is at first. Derek Sawyer at second, Machado at short, Freeman at third. And there's a foul. Oh, it's going to stay fair. Freeman under it and gathers it in. So 1 up, 1 down. The rest of the lineup for the Raptors, Rodriguez in left, Anderson in center, and Okoji in right. And this brings up Chris Woods for Cecil. And Chris was 0 for 2 in the first game. He did score a run. So bit of a scouting report on Connor Beal. Dan says he likes to keep the ball low. If he's keeping the ball low, he's going to get a lot of ground outs and keep the ball in the ballpark. So Chris Woods, one of the faster runners on the Cecil team, has got 19 steals on the season. There's a ground ball to over the third baseman's head.
That was a hopper.
That thing really took a hop.
Yeah.
Well, the ground is very hard here because we really haven't had a lot of rain. And
yeah, they were actually, watering the infields, the dirt and the grass to kind of, I guess soften it up a little bit, huh?
Yeah, because the infield is like a pool table.
It's a good way to put it.
As a good bit of Maryland is in a drought situation right now. It's great for baseball. Because we've been out here many times when we've had rain delays or they've had to pump water off the field in order to get the game in. And it's a team effort, literal team effort to keep this field in the great shape that it's in. There's a throw to first.
Well, that shows you how well the team works together, outside of the game. Because look how beautiful the grass is, the infield is. They do a really good job taking care of this. And they're not even like groundsmen,
No, they're not. It's mostly done by the coaching staff and the players. And let's talk about those coaches for a quick second. Head coach for the Raptors, Dan Rasher. His assistants are longtime assistant John Silk. Vince Capozza is there's a ground ball. A fly ball into the gap, off the fence, and they're sending him. And he's going to score standing up. So a line drive double into right center. And quickly it's 1-0. That brings up Seifert. So Cecil quickly on the board. Seifert was hitless in the first game. But let's run down. So that's the coaches for the Raptors. The coaching staff for Cecil, head coach is Charlie O'Brien. His assistants are Nick Gregson, Pat O'Brien, Mike Worthington, and Josh Klein. And Charlie, one of the good guys of Maryland JUCO. Of course, Dan Ayers gets away, throw to third, he's in there. New catcher for the Raptors in the second game is John Paul Moore.
From Vienna, Virginia.
From Vienna, Virginia. Oliva caught the first game for the Raptors. There's a sharp ground ball to second. Run will score. And the out is made at first. So that's a fielder's choice RBI for Seifert. So it's 2-0 now in the top of the first. That brings up Baldini.
Such a great name.
Oh, it is. I mean,
Baldini.
when I saw his name on the roster, the first thought I had was first baseman.
Oh, yeah?
And sure enough,
first
he
baseman.
is.
Yep.
He had 2 walks and a strikeout in the first game. Fouls it out of play. I take that back. He had 2 walks and an infield single in the first game. Well, I have to admit, when I saw Baldini, my first thought was Steve Baldoni, who longtime major leaguer.
What do you play for?
I knew you were going to ask me that. I want to say the Athletics. I think he played for a lot of teams.
Okay.
Yeah.
He was a journeyman.
He was a journeyman.
I always think.
And he was a big, big guy. I remember that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I always thought, it's obviously great to be a Steph Curry or, a guy that's on the one team for so long. But being a journeyman, looking back at it, is probably such like a cool thing. Like, you played in all these different cities for all these different teams, and you've met a lot of different people.
Ground ball to short.
Oh,
nice play by Machado and a nice scoop by Piles.
That was amazing.
That ball was hit hard.
It was. Great defensive play.
Excellent play there by Machado.
Here's the replay.
Wow.
Look at that spin move.
And he hopped right up, and another nice look at the scoop out there by Piles. So Piles can not only hit, he can field the position.
Yes, he can.
So we're going to keep it here for the inning break. We can set. Oh, and we're joined by a ladybug.
Oh.
Which is, lucky.
I was going to say, that is actually good luck.
That's a sign of good luck, so we'll take it as such. All right, we're going to take a little detour from baseball here to show you a race.
Okay, so let's commentate this, all right? So we have Dino
and Monty, the Raptors mascot, having a race
And where are they going?
I got to tell you, Dino is hustling.
He is. Oh.
Oh.
All right, we're starting it again. Let's start
looks
over.
like we had a little roughhousing there at the beginning.
Yeah.
The Dino looked like he was trying to
cheating.
A little cheating.
That's why he's not our mascot.
Yeah. Oh, he cut the corner there on Monty.
And what's going on with Dino's head? Why is Dino turning to the side like that?
I don't know.
Okay.
Poor Dino.
Yeah, okay, Monty's winning. This is good.
Dino looks like he's had liposuction and they didn't cut away all the extra skin.
Yeah.
You know.
I know. And then, okay, now, here's more cheating by Dino.
Oh, look at Dino. Oh, my God, he will stoop at nothing.
Yeah.
I
Okay,
mean,
now.
oh,
No.
Oh,
no.
Oh, he wanted to set Monty on fire.
Oh, down goes Dino.
Down goes Dino.
And so Monty is just kind of hanging out in the back, not realizing this is a race.
Meanwhile, Dino is on his way to a neck brace.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what is happening. I'm not exactly sure, but Dino wants some water probably. Yeah. And Monty is here to hang out, I guess. High five.
Yeah,
yes.
That's right.
And then here's Jody. Oh, with the winner, Monty.
There's Jody.
Yes.
Yeah, she's the executive director of creativity and brands for the Raptors. And you know, I'm reminded that the Nats have the racing presidents.
Yes.
So MC felt, you know, it only fair that we have racing Raptors.
It makes complete sense.
Yeah.
It makes him, and I just want to say shout out to whoever Dino was.
Yes.
You know, he did an exceptional job.
You know, you got to hand it to Dino.
You know. Yeah.
He tried every trick in the book, and we understand he's in the truck wreaking havoc.
Yeah, so Dino can also, he's working.
Yes.
Wow, this is a lot going on. I didn't know dinosaurs can do audio. Side hustle for Dino. Wow.
So we got Derek Sawyer leading off for the Raptors. Derek is one of the graduating sophomores. He's also the #1 pitcher on the Raptors.
Yeah.
Comes into the game hitting .308. So he does. He can do it all.
He's also just a good guy in general.
He's a very good guy. Nice young man.
Yeah.
And came into the booth before the game and reacquainted himself with you and I.
Yep.
Which I thought was great. And he's just a very, very nice, friendly, nice guy. And an excellent baseball player.
Yeah.
And he did tell us he's playing with an injured arm, but he said, I don't let it stop me.
Oh, no. Now, we have our ladybug is upside down here. Oh, here we go. I just wanted to
Okay.
make sure we fix it.
Ladybug, we got to take care of that ladybug. Oh, Sawyer goes down on strikes. All right, that brings up Anderson, Mickey Anderson.
Not to get off topic one more time.
Yes.
But you know what I'd love to see? Monty trying to hit a baseball from a pitcher. From the MC team throwing the ball and Monty's, trying to swing. Wouldn't that be kind of cool?
We could, next year we could have home run derby.
Oh, Dino
between
versus Monty.
Dino and Monty.
Oh, my. I'm sure the ball won't make it past the plate.
Yeah. So, Anderson is up. Anderson had quite the first game. He was on base 3 times with a double. He was hit by a pitch, and he also got on by an error and scored on that game-ending 3-run homer by Zachary Piles.
Yeah, he also has a great last name. Love it. Anderson. Wow.
Mickey Anderson from Piqua, Ohio. I guarantee you I'm the only one listening right now who knows where Piqua is.
Yeah. I've never heard of it until today.
It's a small town.
Okay. Around
Near Dayton and Springfield.
Okay, I know Dayton.
Yeah. So.
Ooh.
There's a fly ball.
That's gone.
Deep left.
Gone.
It's gone. So a solo home run for Mickey Anderson.
Like I said.
And that is his 7th of the season. The Raptors keep adding. They had 3 in the first game. They are now up to 78 home runs for the season, which is pretty darn good. 78 home runs in 45 games.
I think it's a little better than pretty good.
Do the math on that one.
Oh, okay. Next subject.
Yeah. And as soon as I left the bat, it just looked like a home run, and it was. That brings up Zachary Piles, the hero of the first game, with that 3-run walk-off. He also had a infield hit and a fielder's choice RBI. So scored twice, knocked in 4. Takes it in the dirt for a ball. So 1 out, nobody on. 2-1 ball game. Game 2, Raptors took the first one 15-4. A little bit outside. Sweeper. You see the way that ball just kind of sweeps in.
So sweeper is one way, slider is the other?
Well, sweeper is really, it's sort of a hybrid pitch between, in my opinion, between a curve and a slider.
Okay.
Yeah. But it sweeps in. You see a lot of guys throwing that now. I never heard of it until a few years ago. He lost him. That's a walk. That brings up Freeman. Freeman had a home run in the first game. He was also hit by a pitch. Jackson Freeman had his 13th home run in the first game, and he's played a very nice third today. Wearing that coveted number 8. Ooh. Took a strike.
Yeah, it was hanging up there a little bit. I feel like that could have been
He must have been looking for something else because that one
was hanging.
That was in his wheelhouse.
Oh, yes, he that one too.
Bouncer up the middle. Get the force at second, but that's it. So Freeman will be at first, and that'll bring up Okoji, who had a 3-run homer in the first game, also a double. So he was 2 for 2 because he walked and had a stolen base as well. And made a great running catch in the outfield.
Yeah, EJ is built to play baseball.
We were quite impressed with him. Ooh, fouls it back. They call him EJ. There's a fly ball to left. It's deep. Oh, running catch. He got a lot of it, but hit it right at the left fielder for the out. And that is the end of the first inning. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be right back with a special guest. You're watching Raptors Baseball.
Montgomery College doesn't just talk about success, we show it. Real results, not just cliches. The proof is everywhere you look. And within 3 years, our graduates more than double their income. Our students don't just imagine what's possible, they prove it. Montgomery College, proving what's possible.
He thought he knew how this was supposed to go. College, debt, a job he wasn't sure he wanted. Choosing a career path before he understood himself felt risky. At Montgomery College, he didn't have to have it all figured out. It was education with room to explore. It didn't lock him into one outcome. He had options, and he chose his own path. This is what extraordinary looks like.
And welcome back to the Germantown campus of Montgomery College. And Andre and I are pleased to welcome in our guest in the second inning here is Tommy Luganbill. Tommy is the executive director of the Pinckney Innovation Complex for Science and Technology at Montgomery College, otherwise known as PICMC.
That's right. It's always a mouthful, and you always do a great job.
So, Tommy, tell us a little bit about what's coming up in your area of the college. I see that we have a Hercules Pinckney Day coming up.
So that actually already took place, but it was a huge success, and I wanted to talk about it because PICMC namesake, Hercules Pinckney, this place is named after him. And we were finally, after about 10 years, able to give him his own day.
There he is right there on the left with the president of the college.
There he is. There's Mr. Pinckney. He had a day where he brought up his entire family from South Carolina. And they donated $25,000 as a family. And they were also able to get a $25,000 match, so $50,000 total.
Great.
Yeah.
That is great.
Yeah.
Well, Herc, as we used to call him, Hercules, Herc Pinckney.
So you know him?
Oh, I know him.
Oh, okay.
I've interviewed him. I believe when he was the acting president of the college, I interviewed him at least twice.
Yeah, I mean, people who know him call him Herc. That's why right away. And it's been about, 10 years, I guess?
Oh, at least.
At least?
That he was acting president?
Acting president, yeah.
At least 10 years. Because when I interviewed him, there's a fly ball to deep left, gathers it in for the out. When I interviewed him for the first time, we were at the old stadium.
Okay.
Yeah.
And on Rockville campus?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So that was a while ago.
That was a while ago. Yeah.
Well, he's a great guy, and the reason I wanted to share it is just because his family has given a lot to this school. Him as an individual, but also as a family. They all came up. 7 brothers and sisters came from South Carolina. He's the oldest, so 8 kids. He's the oldest one. None of them had ever seen this place before.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Oh, they must have been thrilled.
They were.
Yeah.
And it was a big celebration of not just, the check, but also just the family in general. And so it's something that I wanted to make sure that the whole community knew about.
That is terrific and well-deserved, and it's great that you were able to raise all that money. Oh, there's a throw by Machado. Oh, he got him.
Nice play.
Nice play by Machado.
Number 14, okay.
Yeah.
So what's his? I was at Carmen's like a week ago, and this guy was a chatterbox. He told me a lot about the team.
Oh, yeah. Zachary Piles?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you know the story of how the owners of Carmen's, the son plays on
Jaden.
Yes.
Jaden Day. Yes.
So you've heard about Jaden Day.
Yes. But Piles won the first game with a 3-run homer.
Yeah, walk-off.
Okay. So I didn't get to see that. So he was at Carmen's last week, and I said, "What are you doing here?" Because he was in his uniform.
Yeah.
And he said, "Oh, well, Jaden's parents give us, some ice cream after the games." And
Italian ice.
Italian ice. And he told me a lot about the team. Like, he told me a lot what was going on. He's from Florida?
Yeah. Yep.
There's a bunch of them.
Well, he told me a lot. Like, half the team actually comes in from very far away to live here.
Yes, they do. They do. They've got a roster that is pretty international here. I mean, I should say all across the United States. They've got
you got your boy
a lot
from
of
Ohio.
Florida. You got Ohio. South Carolina, Louisiana, Nova Scotia.
Well, so I asked him, I said, is that normal for community college, junior college team? And he said, typically if the coach has 500 wins or more, that people will travel. And so I guess the head coach of the team has a lot of wins.
Oh, Dan has a lot of wins. I don't know how many. Dan's been here for over 20 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, over 20 years. I've known Dan since day one.
Nice.
Yeah. So back to
Pick
MC.
Pick MC.
I know we could talk about all kinds of things.
Of course.
There's a fly ball, drops in there for a base hit. So got a man on first.
But as far as the Pinckney Day, that came and went. We do have an event coming up that I'd love to share. For any folks that are in biotech, we have something called Biotech Borders and Security.
Is this the Community Connect after hours?
It is. So usually we do these in the morning. This is the first one we're going to do after work. We're not quite sure yet, but we might be doing beer and wine. Sometimes you have to get those things cleared, but it's more of a happy hour type of networking event than the ones in the past.
This is the Community Connect?
It is, yeah. And it's for people that are in biotech and defense work and how those two worlds kind of come together. And 5 to 7, it's coming up on May 13th, so next Wednesday is when it'll be.
Okay.
So are there presentations involved or?
Yeah, so typically we do presentations. This time around we're going to do a fireside chat. We're going to do a panel. Try to keep it a little bit more interesting, and it should just be a nice event. We won't go much past 7 o'clock because we know people have family and kids to get home to.
The line drive to left field, caught by Ramirez for the third out of the inning. So after an inning and a half, the Raptors on top, the Raptors trailing 2-1. So we're going to take a quick break. Tommy, we appreciate you coming in. You're welcome to hang around longer if you'd like.
A couple things we could talk about.
All right.
I'm sure there's more on your agenda. I have a feeling.
You know what? We'll get more personal. We won't do anything formal after this, and I'll stay a little bit longer, and then you guys can kick me out after that.
All right. Okay.
All right.
Choosing a college close to home wasn't just a financial choice. It gave her the space to focus on what comes next. Family gave her stability. Montgomery College gave her room to grow. This is what extraordinary looks like.
MC is defined by those who put in the work, and MC students do. We don't just begin to be inspired by those students after graduation, they inspire us every step of their journey.
And welcome back to the Germantown campus of Montgomery College. That's a look at I believe that's the roof of the bioscience building, isn't it, Andre?
Yes, it is.
And are those wind turbines?
They might be. I didn't spend too much time there. I'm not going to lie to you. But they do look like some wind turbines.
They are, yeah.
Okay, and we're still joined here by Tommy Luganbill. Tommy,
yes.
There's a couple other things that you wanted to talk about
while
we have you here.
Well, I mean, for starters, my daughter is here at the game today.
Okay.
She's a T-baller, which is
start
great.
them young.
My dad is actually the head coach.
Nice.
And they're called the Sparkle Lightning Unicorn. And she's really into it. And so my dad, he knows some of the players that are actually on Montgomery College, and so he wanted to come see them, and he brought her. So excited to have her here. Some other local teams, too, that these guys were nice enough for me to say hi to. We got the BCC Wildcats with Wilts Thompson. We've got the team local, the Germantown MCLL Orioles are playing tonight. Ben Veers, he's playing at the Germantown Sports Complex tonight.
Oh, wow, and they're watching, you said?
They are watching right now, yes.
Okay, so shout out to them. That's awesome. Let's talk a little bit about, so there is an athletic banquet coming up on May 13th.
Same day as my event, yeah.
Yeah. And you guys are, being generous enough to help out with that and contribute some things, and we're getting a DJ for that event, things like that. But I'm assuming a part of that also has to do with your sports background. You are a big sports advocate.
I'm a big advocate. I played sports most of my life. I guess it's been a while now. But yeah, I mean, I know that your team is putting together a sports banquet, and when I heard about it, it seemed like something we could support. You guys are always kind enough to let me come into the booth and talk. I think the basketball game got you guys, I was there for what, like 45 minutes yapping? So I said, okay, I can pay for their DJ. So Pick MC is sponsoring the DJ for the night. I think it's supposed to be kind of like the ESPYs. Is that
Yeah, it's supposed to be an ESPYs night, ESPYs night basically. So a lot of black and gold, and we'll have the college's accent colors and some of the purple and the blue kind of in there as well. But it should be a fun night. It should be a fun night.
Well, for me, it's the personal background obviously with sports, but I think schools in general, especially when you're doing community development, athletics are a big part of that. And honestly, the tech park, Pick MC itself, I mean, there's a baseball field inside of it. So it just seemed natural to support it. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's gonna be a fun event. I'll be there. Might not be moving and grooving, but I'll definitely be emceeing the event, and hopefully I can do a decent job and support the students. So it'll be fun.
Well, so the other thing I wanted to ask is Eastbound and Down. You haven't commented on my shirt yet.
Well, I was getting to that. I was getting to the shirt.
I mean, I literally wore this just because this was a baseball game. So
it's a nice shirt.
I thought Kenny Powers would be channeled through this shirt.
It looks very light.
It's awesome, dude. Feels great. Feels great. These players are too young to even know what that show is, probably.
Yeah, they probably are. They probably are.
I know Tommy's a big Maryland guy. In the office, we have the Tommy Cube, where Tommy sits, and he has his Old Bay, and he has some other Maryland stuff. But I see you also repping the USA, so it's a whole thing.
I got the USA. My shoes, you can't see them on camera. They're also USA shoes.
Okay.
I had glasses, but these are Montgomery College branded, so I switched them.
Yep.
I went from the American flag glasses to these. So shout out to the Marcom team for giving me these.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so these are Montgomery College branded glasses.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice.
Oh,
nice shot.
See, they got the shirt as well, the Spirit Day shirt I have on.
Yep.
Oh, well, your shirt looks great.
Yeah, these were given out to the faculty and staff earlier.
Because today is Spring Spirit Day.
Yep. And then you have I got some cups. You want to show a cup, Tommy?
Oh, wow.
The camera?
Wow, okay. So this is, sorry, here you go.
That was, the Italian Ice was served in the Raptor Pride cups.
This is Carmen's.
Carmen's.
Yes.
Yep.
They were a sponsor of today's festivities.
Yep.
Now, I'm told Jaden Day double play. Is that a thing to you guys? Do you know what that means?
Jaden Day double play.
No?
Do not know about that.
Okay, so the players, when I was at Carmen's, told me if he hits into a double play or turns a double play, you got to say Jaden Day double play.
Oh.
Something like that.
Okay.
So this is not something you guys do.
We will now.
Okay, there you go. This drone is awesome.
Oh.
Yeah, the drone shot is the best. The best. It's great. We've been enjoying that all afternoon. There's a great shot from center field camera. Wow.
Yeah, that's good.
The camera, the catcher's mask.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Wow.
Oh, great
there's a
hit.
ground ball up the middle. He's got it. And a force at second for the third out. So the Raptors do not score here in the bottom of the second. So after two complete, Raptors trail 2-1.
At Montgomery College, we offer an exceptional education that opens doors to transformative experiences, meaningful opportunities, and bright futures. Celebrated nationally for our outstanding graduation rates and impressive returns on investment, we deliver tangible results that underscore our deep commitment to student success. Our innovative curriculum prepares students to excel in vibrant, evolving fields such as biotechnology, healthcare, information technology, and skilled trades. At Montgomery College, life and learning go hand in hand. Our flexible schedules and comprehensive support empower students to succeed. Our dynamic college thrives as a community marked by inclusivity, collaboration, and mutual respect, inviting students to celebrate their diverse strengths and aspirations. At Montgomery College, every employee plays a role in student success. Guided by the care and expertise of dedicated faculty and staff, students build rewarding careers, achieve personal fulfillment, and accomplish extraordinary outcomes.
And we are back, and there is a cool shot of the drone. And we've been enjoying drone shots all afternoon, so it's only fair, there you go, it's only fair that the drone gets into the action. And we want to thank our guest here, Tommy Luganbill, for stopping in, telling us about what's going on with Pick MC and other activities here at the college. Good luck with this, the Community Connect After Hours. Again, that's coming up on May 13th between 5 and 7 at the Bioscience Center here on the Germantown campus.
I just want to say thanks to you guys. You guys always do a great job. You're very kind for bringing me here. Congrats to the sophomores who are moving on, and to all the people who are graduating in the next couple weeks. Good luck to everybody, and hopefully you guys will have me back, and I'll come up with a new shirt for next time.
Of course we're going to have you back.
All right, sounds good.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you all.
All right. Thanks a lot. All right.
Yeah, thank you.
And that was Jackson leading off with a fly ball out to left field.
Oh, and there is one of MC Raptors' biggest fans. future Raptor.
Oh, my goodness. That's my granddaughter.
Oh.
That is Willow.
Oh, well, look at that.
That is my granddaughter, Willow.
Oh, wow. Oh, so
there
cute.
she is, little Willow. I'll bet that's her sister that's sitting next to her.
Yep.
Yep, that's Iris. There she is.
Oh, that's so
Shout
cute.
out to Willow and Iris. Out here enjoying a beautiful day.
I know. Couldn't be any better of a day.
And I'll tell you, that little Iris is taking after her mother.
In track?
She has started track at the age of 4.
Oh, actually, yeah, Brady. Yeah, I did hear about this.
And I went to her first meet.
Oh.
There's Rachel. There's
And
Brady,
Brady,
her
yeah.
husband. There's my daughter, Rachel. And there's Willow. And Iris is probably picking dandelions somewhere. She's really into dandelions.
Who doesn't like dandelions?
Who doesn't like dandelions? So, all right, we are, let's see. We got to get reset here. This is Woods. And first time up, he is 0 for 1. And we're going to have another guest joining us in the soon. As a matter of fact, he has just walked into the booth. This is Ezra Pine. Ezra is an alumni specialist, and I believe we met Ezra in basketball during the winter.
Yep.
So Ezra works in the alumni department. We had your boss in earlier.
Don't worry, we only say good things about you.
I hope so.
And that's a 1-2-3 inning. So Beal does a nice job. We'll be back with with Ezra Pine after a quick break. You're watching Raptors baseball.
He thought he knew how this was supposed to go. College, debt, a job he wasn't sure he wanted. Choosing a career path before he understood himself felt risky. At Montgomery College, he didn't have to have it all figured out. It was education with room to explore. It didn't lock him into one outcome. He had options, and he chose his own path. This is what extraordinary looks like.
Montgomery College doesn't just talk about success. We show it. The proof is everywhere you look. Our students don't just imagine what's possible. They prove it. Montgomery College, proving what's possible.
Much faster. And we are back on the Germantown campus of Montgomery College, getting ready to start the bottom of the third. The Raptors trailing 2-1. Starting pitchers are still out there. And in case you joined us late, the Raptors won the first game 15-4. They got a walk-off 10-run rule home run by Zachary Piles, a 3-run shot to win it. So Raptors looking for a sweep today. They need a sweep in order to improve their postseason seeding. So we are joined by another member of the Montgomery College alumni program here. This is Ezra Pine. Ezra is a alumni specialist. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you. Great to be here.
Yeah.
Well, you've got a big event coming up tomorrow. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what's happening?
Yes, of course. Dog Fishing for MC Scholarships, our signature fundraiser for the Alumni Association. I know you had Steve on here earlier. This is his third dogfish, my second dogfish, but this event has been going on well before our time here. This is the 13th annual dogfish fundraiser, and again, really the main focus of the event is to raise money for student scholarships. So we always try and bring in around $10,000 or more to support student scholarships, and a lot of what we do is about making education more affordable, supporting students' educational outcomes, and again, that's a huge mission for the event, but we have a lot of fun activities such as like a 50-50 raffle, silent auction. We partner with a number of different MC alumni businesses, but it's a great time to get together, join some MC alumni, faculty, students, employees, and again, all coming together to raise money to support student scholarships. So great cause, and again, as this graphic shows, anyone can feel free to stop by tomorrow to support the cause.
And those of you who haven't been to the Dogfish Head Ale House, it's a really nice place. Right down there on Diamond. There's a sharp single up the middle for Sawyer to lead off the third inning. So all these auctions and all this other stuff goes on during that day.
Yeah. So people can bid on it throughout the day, and
a certain percentage of the proceeds go to the cause.
Yeah,
the Alumni Association.
Yeah, even so, if you just come by and purchase any food or drinks, the restaurant itself donates 15% of all restaurant proceeds, and then from the silent auction, all money from the silent auction goes towards student scholarships, and then the 50-50 raffle, we take the 50% goes to the Alumni Association for a scholarship fund, and 50% goes to the winner of the raffle.
So, can you tell us some of the raffle prizes now, or do we have to wait and see?
Yeah, well, the auction prize, the 50-50 raffle is a cash raffle, so the winner gets 50% in cash. For the silent auction, it's always a great time, and I've actually been working to promote our many different items. I'll name a few. So a huge partner for the Alumni Association, the college, is Lone Oak Brewery up in Olney.
Yes.
We had a great event there in the fall, and they're actually donating. Yeah, they're donating a couple really great certificates for this year's event, so the winner will be able to have a private event there. Another one is the Seventh State Restaurant, which is at the Marriott in downtown Bethesda, which is a great restaurant.
Yep.
And they also have an MC alumni connection who works there, and then we have some other. I know we have a beach house, which will be a great getaway.
We're giving away a beach house?
Yeah, or someone you can rent out a beach house for a week if you win the.
I was like, count me in.
Yeah, but again, there's a whole bunch of items. Those are a few to name on top of the head. But I always love it when, just having making connection with businesses, especially when there's an MC connection. Like I know Movement Rockville, rock climbing gym in Rockville.
Mm-hmm.
There was a Dr. Williams bow tie chats video done there. And the video is focused on dual enrollment. There's a bunch of great photos from that, but another cool local business that does have an MC connection.
It's awesome.
Terrific. So, it sounds like it's going to be a great event. And then, by the way, just to throw in a little baseball, since we are calling the game, Mickey Anderson almost picked up his second home run of the season.
Oh, but look at this.
Oh, but look at Piles.
Tip that.
There he goes again.
It's gone. 2-run homer for Zachary Pyle.
I tell you, this team mashes.
Yes,
I was
they do.
doing some research. Oh my God, they're averaging like close to 10 runs a game. They have a big amount of home runs.
They had 3 home runs in the first game. That's 2 in the second. So they're up to 79 home runs as a team for the season.
Yeah, back-to-back home run in the first game for Piles, a walk-off, and then a home run right now again.
Yeah, I love it.
And that puts
Gets the boys going.
Puts the Raptors up, and Freeman, the third baseman, up next.
Yeah.
So you've got another big event coming up as well on June 18th in Bethesda.
Yep, in North Bethesda, Pike and Rose at Pinstripes, another business that has an MC alumni connection. They have a couple of MC alums who work there, and this event, I talked a little bit about it at the Basketball Spirit Day. Now we're fully launched it. Yeah, it's going to be at Pinstripes. It focuses recent alumni networking, and again, there's been a huge demand for recent alumni just to engage with us and find ways to reconnect with the college. And something in particular we hear a lot about now is that the job market for young people is very tough. A lot of young people, as they're figuring out what to do, it's very hard to just make connections or figure out a good job opportunity. So I think an event like this is so key because we'll be able to connect.
There's a shot to center.
Gone. Back to back. Wow.
Back-to-back homers.
Let's go. Man. Let's go. Monty's loving it up here.
Yeah. I'll tell you, that one was another no doubt about it shot.
Yeah, this is awesome. Anyways, not to take away from the bomb squad here, but with this event, again, the focus is networking. Really want to connect people. There we go. Let's go. It should be a great time if Pike and Rose is a beautiful place, and again, we'll have lots of fun activities there. I was a right-handed pitcher all the way through college, so part of me doesn't like seeing this, but as a baseball fan, this is awesome to watch.
Where did you pitch in college?
So I played in high school. I played at Whitman. I actually know there's a guy, a kid this year who's Robert Heller, who played at Whitman at MC, and then for college, I played at a D3 school called Grinnell College in Iowa.
Oh yeah,
and,
I know that school.
Yeah, I'll give a shout out for it. Not that I think anyone's listening, but Grinnell the Grinnell baseball team just won their first ever Midwest Conference title. So I've been following that closely and very proud of the school. And I had a very sweet coach by the name of Tim Hallball. He's been coaching there for like 30 plus years. I know our coach here has been coaching for a while, but the coach I had, Tim Hallball, he recruits a lot of kids from this area. Very sweet guy, great coach, and so happy for him that he was able to finally win his first Midwest Conference title. And I love just athletics in general because as an alum of my alma mater at Grinnell, I feel such a strong affinity for the school, especially in the baseball program because, the people I played with, it's like, that's how you form it's a brotherhood, you know. Form close connections. So that's why I'm all about everything that we do with our baseball program here.
So talk about the Alumni Association's role around the commencement that is coming up.
Yeah. So it's an exciting time. With this new brand, this is the first commencement with a new brand, and we have all sorts of exciting stuff lined up. So working with the marketing communication teams along with Andre, people like Jody Neal, Mary DeLuca, and their whole team do such an amazing job at rallying support for this new brand. So we're looking at a couple new things. One is some new MC alumni branded swag. So we're looking at some fresh hats that we can give away that have the new MC alumni logo. We've been doing some more commencement social media videos. So alumni who are successful in their career, they can do some send in congratulatory messages, talk about why people should get involved in the Alumni Association, and really just creating some energy and excitement for the new graduating class. Hey, listen, you all are going to become an alumni. This is an exciting time. You're not just moving on from MC, but this is just the beginning. To stay in touch, get involved. We want to hear from you and come to our events, and we're here to support you in your journey.
We just had a shot of the designated ball retriever out there in the outfield. He's been busy today.
He has. He's been getting. I wonder how many steps he has so far.
How many home runs is that today?
That is
4? 3 or 4.
Let's see, 1, 2,
5,
3, and 3 in the first game. That's 6.
6. Okay.
6 home runs.
Yeah, he's definitely over 10K steps.
Yeah.
Man, what are they teaching these guys? They're doing something.
Whoa!
Right. Wow.
Okay. Wow. That's what we call chin music.
Yes. Shawn Michaels would
glad he's
definitely.
okay.
Man. And meanwhile, we have some speed on the bases right now because both these guys can run. Okoji and Rodriguez can really run. Rodriguez has 15 steals on the season, and Okoji has 30.
Yeah, geez.
Yeah. So 30 steals in 45 games.
Oh. Yeah, action in the bullpen.
Yeah, got some action. We're told by our spotters, we can't really see it, that there is action in the bullpen. Number 15, Ryan Flasinski, is warming up in the bullpen, and this is Newell, and Newell had a home run in the first game.
Great hit.
And he smacks one into center. It falls. Okoji had to hold up because the ball did hang up a little bit.
Yeah, I know everything now is all about exit velo. Just hitting the ball as hard as you can.
Yeah.
And also, we got some good wind at this field too. So if you get one in the air, it can definitely carry.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That brings up John Paul Moore, the catcher for the Raptors.
So, go ahead, Ezra. Go ahead.
I hope you don't mind me asking a question, but I know again you've been announcing for a while. I'm curious, what's the best Raptors baseball team you've gotten to witness here? Because I know again Coach Rasher's been coaching here for a while.
2 years ago they went to 2 years ago they went to the World Series, so that is one of the best that I've seen. And then when I was actually working full time at the college, not just coming back doing the announcing, we went to the World Series twice.
Nice.
Three times. Twice to North Carolina and once to Texas.
Oh, wow.
I don't remember the years.
Yeah.
But obviously those were probably the best teams that I've seen.
I think it's I'm a huge advocate for the junior college route in baseball because it's also just reflecting on my own journey. You have a lot of guys who are coming out of high school. They're still developing, and I myself went to a 4-year, but I wasn't starting until my junior year. And when you go to junior college and develop your skills, and that way when you go to a 4-year, you're ready to perform at a high level. And the benefit about going straight to junior college too is that you can you get playing time right away, and you can again develop your skills. And I also just love this area too because I'm looking at our roster. There's so many kids who are local from MCPS, from Frederick County.
Yes.
And it's such again, there is so much local baseball talent in this era. There's actually there's
a shot. That's a base hit. Here comes Okoji, followed by Rodriguez.
That's two.
So Moore with a 2 RBI base hit. And all of a sudden the Raptors are up 6-2. And there's just one out. And we're back up at the top of the order. Sorry, that was Machado.
That just ran in?
I have my... This is Moore.
Yeah, this is John Paul Moore.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. Sawyer was at the plate talking to the umpire. Got me all confused. Machado is coming up now. Okay. So I didn't want to credit that great 2-run single to somebody else, to the wrong person. So no, that was John Paul Moore. That brings up Machado. He grounded out to the shortstop his first time up, but he's already made 2 great plays in the field, and we're only in the 3rd inning. So the Raptors have put a 5 spot on the board. There's just 1 out, still runners on 1st and 2nd. And so we also recently had an MC alumni get a pretty nice award.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You talking about Coach Martin?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
He's the man. Yeah, so I don't know what Steve shared earlier, but yeah, I actually got to go to the University of Maryland when he was being inducted for this award, and it's just so impressive. You know, the football program here hasn't been around since 2002, but if you show up to any to like this event, for instance, when Coach Barton was being recognized, or any time there's a former Knight being recognized, like they have so much support and love for their program and the players. Like that football alumni group is special, and a lot of that has to do with Coach Martin. You know, there must have been like 20 plus guys at the University of Maryland there to support him.
Wow,
and all of them
that's great.
Yeah, all of them just talk about how
that's great.
He was a mentor to them, because a lot of them when they were coming to MC, or before they came to MC, they were, you know, struggling, still figuring out what they wanted to do. But Coach Martin took these guys in, mentored them, and really cared about them like he was family. So the impact, you know, and a lot of these guys now, they had very successful careers. I know a number of them were in law enforcement, and a couple of them were in like development or business, and a lot of them are successful now, but they all still stay in touch with each other, are doing great things now. And again, a lot of that has to do with their time playing for Coach Martin and a lot of the values that he instilled with them as a player.
Yeah, it is remarkable. We haven't had the college hasn't had football in 24 years.
Yeah.
And that group is still extremely cohesive.
Yeah, yeah.
And of course, the you know, Coach Martin is the symbol of the program. Oh boy, that was
close.
That was close. The Seifert kind of nonchalanted that a little bit, but it's nevertheless it's a ground ball to third base, and that is the end of the inning. So the Raptors pick up 5 runs in that inning on 2 home runs, a 2-run shot by Piles, a solo job by Freeman. So after 3 complete, the Raptors are on top, 6-2, and we want to thank Ezra Pine for stopping in.
Yeah, thank you.
And filling us in on all the exciting things going on with alumni, and sounds like a real bright future for the program.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. And we're here to support. Excited to, just to put a plug, would love to get the Athletics Hall of Fame going here again soon at some point in the future. Really recognize those former athletes. So
that would be great, because there are some deserving people that I covered in my many years covering athletics that should be in there.
Yeah, so we have some more exciting engagement stuff like this planned for the future around our alumni.
That's
awesome.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot,
All right,
Tommy.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Ezra,
That's right.
appreciate it very much.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
All right.
And I'll throw in real quick, Ezra, he might have been a good baseball player, but I've been playing basketball with this guy, and this guy can play basketball.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, all-around athlete.
Good basketball player.
There you go.
Oh,
yeah. Team Sport Thursdays.
There you go.
There you go.
All right, thanks, guys.
All
Appreciate
right,
it.
take care.
Yeah,
You
take
too.
care, man.
All righty, so we've had some wonderful guests in the booth. Always love that opportunity to hear what's going on and around Montgomery College. There's a lot going on.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And, of course, it's a busy time of year to begin with commencement right around the corner.
Oh, yes. A couple weeks away from that. That's the it's the most exciting time of the year, at least for me.
So, Beal is still out on the mound.
Look at that bus. Just great shot.
Connor Beal gave up the 2 runs in the first inning, but there's a fly ball to center. That's
gone.
Very deep.
Yeah, it's gone.
And that is gone. And that was Seifert, the third baseman, Jevin Seifert.
Yeah, it was a rocket. I'm not going to lie. Now, does the MC ball retrieval man get that one, or is that a
Yes,
Cecil
the
guy?
Designated retriever will be back out there retrieving it.
I would say he's probably at 15,000 steps now.
So that brings up Baldini. He grounded out his first time up. Oh, there's a line drive into center field for a base hit. That was that was a little close call there for Beal.
It was. But he was pretty calm.
And I believe he put his bare hand up, which is never a good idea.
Yeah, trying to catch a barehanded ball that close to you going that fast.
That brings up Romero. He's 0 for 1. He's the catcher in the second game. Jose Romero is hitting an even 300 on the season from Elkton, Maryland. That's up there in the Cecil area.
Elkton.
Yeah, it's north.
Yeah,
north of Baltimore.
Yeah, as a Maryland native. Oh my! Look at this.
Look at that shot.
It's a lot of nature.
Beautiful shot.
Amazing.
And that is where we are right now. Look at that. The panorama of the field in the distance there, folks.
Yeah, it's
and of course the iconic water tower. That's a landmark.
Yeah, but as a Maryland native, there are so many places in Maryland that I'm like, where's that? You know?
Well, Northern Maryland and Western Maryland, they're they're more vacation. They're not highly populated. Okay. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
So if you're going there, you either live there, or you're driving through there, or maybe you're going there to camp or
visit
or hike or fish or whatever. Ooh, there's a foul tip. You can see the dust blowing around. The flag is really whipping out there in right field, so the wind is still mainly, well, it's blowing a little more out to center now.
Yeah, it's going a little right field most of the day.
Yeah, it's been whipping around some. And he almost went. (6-3), top of the fourth. Raptors won the first one, 15-4. Takes it outside. Runs the count full. And actually, he walks him. Thought that was a walk. So that brings up Kunsa. Kunsa flied out to left field. There's a hard shot into right center. Going to go all the way to the wall. Here comes one run. And Romero will stop at third. So Kunsa. So it's 6-3 now.
A mound visit here.
Beal was sailing along. Comes the umpire. He's saying, enough of this
powwow
out here.
Yes.
Let's play some baseball.
So what did they? Obviously you're having a conversation with the pitcher. You're asking him how you feeling? How's the elbow? How's the rotator cuff? These questions.
And he's talking to the catcher too.
Okay. What is he asking the catcher?
He's asking him what his control's like. Has his velocity dropped?
Oh, because the catcher can tell, like, you're not throwing as hard as you. Yeah, it's true.
Does he still have all his pitches? Has he lost the touch on the curve or the slider? That kind of thing.
So the catcher is almost like the assistant coach out there in a sense.
Exactly.
You can see everything.
Yep.
You can tell if the pitches are not as strong as they once were. Okay.
So Ramirez is up. Ramirez singled his first time up. Yeah, the catcher is really almost an extension, in most cases, an extension of the manager or the head coach out on the field.
Every time I think of a catcher, a legendary catcher, I think of Mike Piazza.
That was one. Yep.
And Buster Posey.
Buster Posey. You're showing how young you are.
Okay. I was like, let me go further back, and I was like, no, that's my era right there.
So he walks Ramirez, and the sacks are full of Seahawks with Van Dyke up. Van Dyke flew out his first time up, and that is going to be it for Beal as head coach Dan Rasher comes out. Second visit, has to take him out. 2 visits, the pitcher's gone.
I have another one for you. Pudge Rodriguez.
Yes.
Same era, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Pretty much. Yeah, maybe a little before, well, after Piazza, and pretty much a contemporary with Posey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought you might go back to Johnny Bench or
no.
Yogi Berra.
I mean, yeah, Yogi Berra. I didn't know he played catcher.
Bill Freeman.
I've heard of Bill Freeman.
Jorge Posada.
Oh yes, for sure. For sure.
Manny Sanguillen.
Ooh, that one doesn't ring a bell.
That doesn't ring a bell.
No.
Let's see.
I could do some outfielders. Some
Matt Wieters.
That one rings more a slider bell.
Well, he played for the Orioles. And of course, now you have Adley Rutschman and Samuel Basillo.
Yes. But I'm more of the generation of, let's see, Vladimir Guerrero.
Vladdy. Senior?
Yes,
Junior?
Senior. Vladimir, Nomar Garcia-Parra, Pedro Martinez.
Vladimir Guerrero was a fun player to watch.
Yep. That was why he was one of the first ones I can ring off.
And his son is quite the player as well.
Oh, yeah.
Vladdy Jr.
Oh, yeah. I'm trying to think. Nomar, Manny.
All right. So we are back at it. And we were so busy yakking that I missed the fact that Ryan Woolery was our new pitcher.
Hometown from Gaithersburg.
Yep, Gaithersburg High School. Ryan is this is his 7th appearance on the season. He started 1 game. He's pitched 15.2 innings. He's 1-1 on the season with the save. And his ERA sits at 5.74. There's a sharp grounder to third. They go home with it. The throw is off the line. And the run will score. So that plates a run. They had the force, but the throw was offline. They still have a man. Now they have runners at first. The bases are loaded. Still. No outs. Swings through that one. It's leadoff hitter Jackson. He's 0 for 2. This all started with a Seaford home run to center field. Leading off, there's a ground ball to short, goes to second for 1. That's all they're going to get. So another run crosses the plate, and now we're tied at 6.
Yeah, Cecil's, they're finding their groove right now. They are really finding their groove. They're batting very well.
And that brings up Woods. He's 0 for 2. Runners on first and third, 2 outs. Or I'm sorry, just 1 out. So Woolery. And had him picked off, but he stole second as the Raptors realized that the runner at third was going to score. So instead of going to second to get the picked off runner, they came home, but the runner turned tail and went back to third.
That was a tongue twister.
So
there's a lot right there. Yeah, Cecil, this is their inning.
Now they've got 2 runners in scoring position. With Woods up. And we are tied at 6. Bouncer up the middle. It hits the base and bounces into center field. And 2-run score. So Woods with a single to center field. Picks up 2 RBI on that one. And Cecil takes the lead 8-6. And that brings up Richter. And Richter had an RBI double his first time up. He's 1 for 2. Rough inning for the Raptors. And there's still just 1 out.
Not much wind right now, so the pitchers should have a bit more control.
Throws to first. Back easily. Well, Cecil's no slouch with the offense. They're hitting .301 as a team. They don't have the power that the Raptors do.
But as long as they're making contact.
Yep. They've got a lot of contact hitters on the team. Richter came into the doubleheader today hitting .448.
Wow.
Yeah. With a .546 on base percentage. That is impressive. Action in the Raptors bullpen. That looks like
33.
Yep, number 33. That's Luke Thorson. And he swung at that one, kind of waved at it. And he struck out. So that brings up Seifert. It's his second time up in the inning. He led off the inning with a home run to left. I'm sorry, to center. And it was a no doubt about it shot. Takes it inside and low. 2 outs, man on first. 6 runs in the inning for Cecil. Throw to first.
Yeah, checking that runner.
I'm not sure what the discussion is. Umpires having a little conversation here. I'm not sure what the issue is. All right, we're back to action. Runner goes, there's the throw. Not in time. So Woods picks up a stolen base. That's his 20th on the season.
And he goes again.
There he goes again. That time Seifert swung. They may have had the hit and run on. Or Seifert missed a signal. One of the two. As fast as Woods is, a hit and run would easily score him. Ooh. There's a bouncer foul down the third baseline. Gorgeous day here.
It's probably one of the best days it's been in a while.
Certainly has been. We lucked out in the weather department today. There's a grounder to short. Machado with a long throw, and it gets away. Run will score. So Woods scores, and Seifert is on by a tough luck error.
Yeah, those are never easy for the first baseman when the ball bounces like that right in front of him. You really have to like scoop it.
That was tough, and it was a tough throw for Machado. His momentum was carrying him into short left field, and he had to throw across his body.
Yeah,
that's a tough throw. Long throw. So that brings up Baldini.
Oh,
he hits one off the fist, and he didn't catch it. He made the dive. Seifert comes in to score. So that makes it 10-6.
8 in this inning alone.
An 8-run inning. And that brings up Romero. Romero walked and scored a run earlier this inning. So Cecil has batted around and then some. Ooh, swung through that one.
That had a little movement on it.
No balls and 2 strikes. So Willery trying to get out of this inning. Get the Raptors back up to the plate. There's a swing and a miss for strike 3.
They needed that one badly.
So Romero goes down on strikes, and that ends the top half of the 4th inning, and what an inning it was as Cecil puts 8 on the board to lead 10-6. We'll be right back.
She came ready to work hard. She left knowing her true potential. In honors seminars and STEM labs, she found passion for science, earned a prestigious scholarship, and proved that academic excellence doesn't only start in the Ivy League. At Montgomery College, she found professors with big expectations, and she rose to the challenge. Now, she's studying neuroscience at Columbia University. This is what extraordinary looks like. MC is defined by those who put in the work, and MC students do. We don't just begin to be inspired by those students after graduation, they inspire us every step of their journey.
And welcome back to the beautiful Germantown campus of Montgomery College. There's the drone shot, and that is what you're seeing in the distance there on the right is Holy Cross Hospital.
Yep. They have right here at the Germantown campus. But look how beautiful.
Look at this beautiful view. The wind is still a-blowing. Let's see if we have a pitching change. 15. Ryan Flasinski is on the hill now.
15.
Ryan, this is his 11th appearance. He's pitched, started 3 games, pitched 18.2 innings, and has no wins and 3 losses. So let's see what the Raptors can do. Leading off for the Raptors is Mickey Anderson. He's 1 for 2. He had a solo homer in the first and flew out, almost picked up a second. His last time up. They caught it right at the wall. And as I look at Flashinski's record for the season, he has given up 4 long balls. He's had a little bit of control issues too. He's got 16 walks and 21 strikeouts in 18 and 2/3 innings.
That was right off of the catcher's helmet. Hit him right in the face.
That's why they wear it.
Yes. It's very important.
That is example A of why they wear it.
And B and C.
Yeah. Of course, we're the old timers who refuse to wear the helmet.
That is crazy to me.
Ground ball to first, and he's out. So that brings up Piles. He's walked and then had a 2-run home run in the third. His second home run of the day. Of course, he had the walk-off in the first game. 3-run shot. Outside in the dirt.
Yeah, MC's hoping that he can bring some, some of his good luck that he's been bringing to the team and hit possibly another home run because they need it.
Well, talking to Dan Rasher between games about Piles and how he won the first game, he said, I really think he's our best hitter. He can do anything up there. And there are scouts here today.
Oh.
I saw a couple of them talking to Raptors coaches between games.
Well, Piles is definitely
line drive base hit.
Yeah, he's definitely showing out at the right time. It's a great game for him to have a good game.
And that brings up Freeman. Jackson Freeman, the third baseman. He had a home run the last time up. Raptors went back-to-back in the bottom of the third. High. I would doubt, I'm going to check, but I would doubt that Zachary Piles is the threat to steal, and I would be correct. He has just one on the season.
Yeah, I would say he's more of a power hitter.
No, that's not his. Stealing is not on his resume, nor should it be.
Yeah, no. I want to know the lawn care routine for this place.
I wonder.
Yeah, like all this grass, you got the infield dirt, and they take care of it themselves.
Yes.
I would put that on my resume, groundskeeper.
Yeah. And they do a great job, as you can see.
Yeah, especially those drone shots. I mean, it gives you a really good overview of the field and the grounds, and it looks great.
All right, so Freeman draws a walk. By the way, Freeman had a home run in the first game. He and Piles both have gone deep in both halves of the doubleheader. So that brings up Okoji. EJ walked his last time up. He had a home run in the first game. And I keep going back to that, plus a double. So he's had a great day. And made probably the best defensive play we've seen. Although the Raptors got some nice defensive plays at shortstop in both halves of the doubleheader.
Yes, they do.
Such a vital position.
It is. I mean, you have a lot of ground to cover as well.
Yep.
And a lot of the times the ball is like getting drilled at you, so you have to kind of be able to like quickly move, shuffle your feet, and make that first base or second base.
You gotta have that. You gotta have that arm.
Yeah.
At the long throw from the hole.
Who would you say the best shortstop of all time is?
Oh my gosh, there are so many. I mean, I'm a Baltimore Orioles fan, so I immediately say Cal Ripken.
Okay.
There's a pop, and the shortstop goes back and gathers it in. Nice play by the shortstop. That's not an easy play. But, yeah, Cal is certainly one of the best. Ozzie Smith, who was basically an acrobat out there, was another great one. Oh, gosh.
Jeter, no?
Yeah,
okay, okay.
You're going into one of my biases, but I personally don't think so.
Okay.
I know I'm going to get, people are going to hate that I say that, but because he's revered. But frankly, I don't think he's in the top 10.
He just played on the Yankees and had a big name.
And he, granted, he made a lot of great plays. They won a lot of championships.
Yeah.
He was a major part of it. But would I put him in the top 5? No.
Okay.
No, I wouldn't. There's a fly ball to left. Left center. The center fielder gathers it in. So the Raptors threaten but do not score. So we have played 4. And the Raptors are trailing 10-6.
He thought he knew how this was supposed to go. College, debt, a job he wasn't sure he wanted. But at Montgomery College, he didn't have to have it all figured out. He had options, and he chose his own path. This is what extraordinary looks like.
I like it real loud.
And we are back on the Germantown campus of Montgomery College. We're ready to start the top of the 5th inning. We have a new pitcher out there for the Raptors. I'm going to try to pick up the number, but I believe it's Newell.
Yep, 18, Blake Newell.
So Blake Newell is out there. He pitched in the first game. And also had a home run in the first game.
Come on, let's go.
And he was the DH in this one prior to coming in to pitch. So Newell on the mound, and that brings up number 21, Kunsa. Kunsa is 1 for 2. His last time up, he had an RBI single to right field. Takes a strike. So this is the essence of playing at this level, when you have a pitcher who pitches in both ends of a doubleheader.
Yeah. That's you won't see that in the major leagues.
Not too often. Of course, you don't see doubleheaders in the major leagues either.
Yeah.
Very often. But it just shows you what a tough commodity pitchers are at this level. Particularly now that you have NIL money involved.
Yeah.
And don't think, as he strikes out Kunsa, don't think that these players at this level can't get some NIL money.
Oh, yeah, they can.
Because they can.
Oh, yeah. Now, at the 4-year level, the D1 4-year level, are they having doubleheaders as well?
You know, I don't know.
You don't know?
I
Yeah.
don't really follow D1 college baseball until the World Series kind of rolls around.
Yeah.
Then I do. I would assume, but I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, to be
because again, they're kind of in the same constraints in terms of the season that they have to play in.
Yeah.
Because they're going to play till maybe past, if they go deep in the postseason, they'll play past the end of the school year.
Yeah.
But only so far past. It's not like Major League Ball where they're playing all summer long.
Yep.
And deep into the fall. So, and they start early, and again, it's a lot like it is at this level. The Southern teams have the advantages because they get the better weather earlier.
Yep.
Which they need. Raptors always have a fair amount of rainouts early in the season, or cold outs, or snow outs, or
something.
Although they have played out here when it was too cold to be baseball weather. I'll say that.
Oh, yeah. I played in many of those.
I'm sure.
Those type of weather. You can't feel your toes or your fingers.
My partner here, for those of you who don't know, is an excellent soccer player here at Montgomery College, one of the co-captains.
Yeah, back in my day.
Yep.
I can start saying that nowadays. Back in my day.
Funny.
It's been a while.
There's Machado. It's going to be tough. Nope. Ball just took too big of a bounce. He had to wait for it to come down. So Ramirez with an infield base hit. And this brings up Van Dyke. He's 0 for 2. However, he did get on the last time up on an error, a throwing error. That bases loaded situation last inning. There's a bunt, foul. Zach Van Dyke. This is, you were talking about his hometown earlier, Rising Sun, Maryland.
Oh, yeah.
Good look at Zach. Throw to first. Ooh, pretty close. I'll tell you, Newell is a good-sized fella out there.
Yeah, he is. Especially staying on the mound. I mean, the mound's already what?
It's elevated.
Yeah, it's a bit off the ground.
Yeah. Ooh, he got him.
Great.
A pickoff. They almost got him to throw over before. That's the second pickoff of the day for the Raptors. Successful pickoff. They had another that was successful, but they had a runner on third, so they had to be mindful of him, and they weren't able to throw the guy out that they had picked off because they had to be mindful of the guy on third base. So now the bases are empty. Nice pitch. He dropped down, threw that one sidearm. 2 outs, nobody on. Top of the 5th inning. Just a reminder, we are playing a doubleheader today, so this game is a 7-inning game. And he just got a piece of it. And Moore could not hold on to it. So he stays alive.
Wind's picking back up.
Yep. A little more cloud cover. No danger of rain. There's a fly ball into right center, and it drops. That's going to be extra bases. He's going for 3. And he's in there with a stand-up triple. So Van Dyke with a 2-out triple. It's our first triple of the day.
Yeah, he had to, use his wheels to get to that third base.
Well, Anderson took a gamble and made a dive for it, which, you got to love the effort.
Yeah.
You got to love the effort. So that brings up the top of the order now, and we're back with Jackson, Matt Jackson. And he did knock in a run his last time up on a fielder's choice ground ball to short. So we got the runner on third. That was Van Dyke's first triple of the season. He had 4 doubles coming in. That's his first triple. Nice save there by Moore.
Yeah, that was a breaking ball, too. That had a lot of movement on it.
Saved a run there for sure. Ooh. Oh, Line drive single to center and gets by. It's going to go all the way to the wall. And he's legging it to third. Here comes the throw, way off the mark. And that's another back-to-back triple.
Jeez, you don't see that quite often.
That is not something you see every day. So all this coming with 2 outs as Newell was sailing along. And now all of a sudden, that brings up Woods. He had a 2 RBI single to center his last time out up. Also stole a base. Takes it outside. He's 1 for 3 in the second game with 2 ribs. And he's got Jackson at third. Takes a strike. Outside. Yep. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Man on third. Cecil on top.
Looking to see what pitch to throw.
Exactly.
He wants to finish this right here. I know he does. And that's more of like a submarine pitch, you would say. Or
He will drop down. He's showing several different arm angles, which could be quite confusing to a hitter.
Yeah. Right, like sometimes it looks like a sidearm. Sometimes he goes a little bit lower.
Almost a submarine style.
Yeah, that was overhand.
That time he came over the top.
Yeah, wow, okay.
But he missed the plate.
I guess it all depends on what pitch he's throwing.
Yep. That brings up Richter.
But then I guess as a batter, if you can tell by the arm motion, like, okay, over top it's going to be this pitch. If it's a side, depending on.
It's tough. It's tough because you're also worried about his release point. And if he's varying his arm angle, his release point is going to change. So runners at the corner now. That brings up Richter. He had an RBI double in the first inning. 1 for 3. And that gets away. And Woods trots into second. Richter struck out his last time up. They have runners at second and third. There's a bouncer to third. And he tags the runner out as the runner basically ran into that out.
Yeah.
So that is the end of the inning. But Cecil puts another one on the board to make it 11-6. And after 4.5, Cecil on top. We'll be right back with the bottom of the 5th after this.
MC is defined by those who put in the work. The paths we took have been unique, but we come together with one shared mission.
If you are the first in your family to graduate, if you speak more than 1 language, if you are more than 50 years old, a military service member, an honor student, if you are a parent, please stand up and say, I am MC.
We don't just begin to be inspired by them after graduation. They've been inspiring us every step of the way. She chose Montgomery College to challenge herself. Through honor seminars and hands-on STEM research, she raised the bar. Now, she's studying neuroscience at Columbia University. This is what extraordinary looks like.
And welcome back to the Germantown campus of Montgomery College. As the day wears on, it's losing a little bit of that sunshine that we had, of course. And Cecil on top, 11-6. Raptors won the first game 15-4. And they need to get something going here.
Yeah, that fourth inning, that top of the fourth inning for Cecil was huge. Oh, look at that beautiful dog.
So that brings up Newell. He had a single his last time up. Walked his first time up. And he had a home run in the first game. Losinski throws pretty hard.
Yeah. Not the biggest guy either, but he throws with some heat.
He's got long arms. Takes it outside. Bottom of the fifth. Takes it low.
Okay, it's like that fake bunt 3 times in a row.
And he's going to make him throw a strike here.
Yeah. He's going to try to hit this one. Or not.
Shows bunt, and he walks. So a 4-pitch walk to lead off the inning. And look
at that. A lot of the
that brings
dust.
up Jaden Mandler.
Jaden Day.
So I'm not sure who Jaden has replaced. He's batting for more, so I don't know whether. So they must be getting ready to put a new catcher in. Because Machado, no, number 11 is on deck for the Raptors. Julian Saavedra.
We have an early talk here, an early mound visit from the team. Checking in on.
Well, he's thrown 5 straight balls.
Yeah.
Now, I saw something the other night, a stat in Major League Baseball I had never seen.
Okay, what is
it tied a record. Cincinnati Reds walked 7 straight hitters.
Okay, and I'm sure it's not on purpose.
No, over 2 pitchers.
Wow.
And one of their pitchers was in for 21 pitches. He only threw 5 strikes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. He had 4 walks, and he didn't get an out.
Okay.
I'm hoping we don't see that today.
Yeah, well, let's see how this mound visit went.
Yep. Outside.
He's pitching a little low. He needs to raise it up a bit.
So Jaden Mandler in the first game had an RBI, had a single. It was 1 for 4, or 1 for 3. I'm sorry, had a walk in there as well. Scored a run.
There's a strike.
That's the first strike of the inning for Flusinski. There's a pop-up. Into center for the out.
First out of the.
So that brings in a pinch hitter for the Raptors, number 11, Julian Saavedra.
2 home runs on the year, 8 RBIs, 9 hits, batting .310.
So another good bat in there. So Machado is out. He goes 0 for 2.
Ooh.
And Saavedra takes it high and tight.
Oh, no.
Well, we have a very unwelcome visitor here in the booth.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
The kind that stings.
Yeah, this is a big B. Okay.
Ooh. I may be old, but I'm quick.
There we go.
We got him. Ha ha. Still got the moves.
Yep.
All right, back to baseball. And I must say, I did preserve the life of that. It looked like a wasp.
Yeah, that was a big beat.
It was forced to second, throw to first, in time for the double play.
Wow.
So Saavedra comes in and hits into a double play. And we'll take a quick break. We'll be right back with the top of the 6th after this.
Exceptional education, extraordinary outcomes. Wow. It means many, many things to me.
Is plural because there's so many possibilities of how that can look for each of our students.
Education that represents the workforce.
Helping students grow, helping them evolve.
I think about my students, how I teach. I don't lecture all the time because that's boring.
Programs that are developed with students in mind so that we meet their needs.
And remind them of what's the possibility, what can really happen with an MC education behind you.
Driven by the goals of the student.
Connecting students and past students to opportunities.
Every opportunity is another opportunity for another opportunity.
Not just the students, but the community as well.
Areas that truly impact the community and what it is that we're trying to do as Montgomery College.
Teaching to the different learning styles in my classroom
is exactly how you get
exceptional education,
extraordinary outcomes.
And welcome back to another beautiful shot of the ballpark here on the Germantown campus of Montgomery College. Gorgeous view of Frederick way off in the distance. Sugarloaf Mountain.
When's the last time you've been out there?
Well, of course I live in Frederick now, but yeah. I have yet to go to Sugarloaf Mountain.
Okay.
Because it's too crowded.
Yes, it's always packed.
And there's a big fight going on right now over ownership of it and upkeep of it.
Ownership as in who?
There's apparently the land is owned by a private company of some sort.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a beautiful shot of the Student Affairs and Science Center.
Yep.
Or building.
So okay, leading off is Seifert. And Seifert has done some damage today. He had a home run his last time. Well, actually, he was up twice in the 4th inning. He had a home run, and then he got on via error and eventually came around to score. He also had an RBI double in the 1st, so Seifert has had an excellent second game.
Yeah, and that home run he hit in the first game was a monster home run.
So, yeah, the left fielder didn't move. And he's played a solid third. So 11-6, and we're in the top of the 6th. And
hit it off his foot.
Yeah, he fouled it off his foot, and that doesn't feel good. Somebody's going to need some ice on the bus ride home.
Look at that shot of Jose out there.
There he is. There he is, one of our former students who is now has come back to help us out today. Does a lot of camera work for the Mystics and the Spirit. And he's been doing some directing, technical directing. So another product of the MC Video Multimedia team who was out there earning a very nice living after having interned with the team here.
Oh, yeah.
So a leadoff walk to Seifert. That is not how you want to start the inning. There's an old adage about walking the leadoff hitter. That is a very high percentage of the time they come around to score. So that brings up Baldini. He had 2 singles during that rally in the 4th inning. Had 2 singles. He's played a solid first.
Oh, something's going on. Oh, the ball.
We're going to get some sun coming into this booth real soon.
Former student Tommy.
There he is. That's Thomas DeVita.
Great guy.
Another former student. Tommy works all over DC.
Yep.
Doing various jobs in the television business. Tommy was actually one of my. He did a lot of work for me as an intern when he was at the station.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's really cool. Full circle.
And I taught him.
Really?
I taught him a class. Yeah.
Oh.
I taught him his intro to TV class.
Professor Michael.
Intro to TV production.
Were you a hard tester, grader?
Hey, I was an exacting grader. You know, you're either, there's not a lot of gray area.
Yeah, yeah.
But a lot of, I was fortunate enough to teach for several years.
That's awesome.
At the college, and quite a few students came through my class that ended up interning at the college in the television program, and then moving on into a productive professional career.
So,
a lot of them.
So what I'm hearing is that on Rate My Professor, you get an A.
Well, they didn't have that back then. That's interesting. I wonder about that.
Oh, but here we have another one. Mercedes.
That is Mercedes. Way out there. I used to man that position quite a bit.
That was your camera spot?
Yeah, when I was shooting these games by myself, which is not easy. There's a nice throw gets away. A clean exchange there a second, but the throw was off the mark. The Raptors get an error on the throw, otherwise they'd had a double play.
That's mine. There you go.
I see the Nats hat on, so I'm assuming that gentleman does some freelance work down in Nats Park.
Yeah.
A lot of our former students work down there. Work for the Commanders, the Nationals, the Wizards, the Caps.
All over.
All over. DC United.
Yep.
The Spirit.
DC Power, probably the new women's.
Whatever that summer football league is called.
Oh, UFL.
What are they called?
The UFL.
No, but
the Defenders.
The Defenders.
Yep. The Defenders. I'm actually going to the game on Saturday.
I don't know a thing about that.
Oh, it's actually really cool.
Yeah?
It's really cool. I went to the home opener and had a great time.
They play at Audi? Is that where they play?
Yeah.
Audi Field, downtown. It was built for soccer, but I guess it's got the right capacity for that level of football.
Yeah, they changed the the configurations up and things like that. But
that's a called strike 3 on a beautiful curveball.
Yeah, no, it's definitely it's cool to see all of these new. They actually have a new rule in the UFL where if it's over a 60 or more yard field goal, it's actually 4 points instead of 3.
Interesting.
And there's Mr. Rankin.
Stan Rankin.
The man, the myth, the legend.
Yep. His nickname is Sexy. They don't call him Sexy Dan for nothing.
Oh, man. He might be the tallest cameraman of all time.
I'll tell you. Well, we used to have another one that the two of them would have been like the Twin Towers.
Oh.
There's a pop-up. Sawyer under it, and that's the third out. So the Raptors get out of that inning without allowing a run, and we're ready to head to the bottom of the 6th. The Raptors need some runs. They're trailing 11-6, but we'll be right back.
Come on, boys. MC is defined by those who put in the work. The paths we took have been unique, but we come together with one shared mission.
If you are the first in your family to graduate, if you speak more than one language, if you are more than 50 years old, a military service member, an honor student, if you are a parent, please stand up and say, I am MC.
We don't just begin to be inspired by them after graduation. They've been inspiring us every step of the way. She chose Montgomery College to challenge herself. Through honor seminars and hands-on STEM research, she raised the bar. Now, she's studying neuroscience at Columbia University. This is what extraordinary looks like.
And we are back on the Germantown campus of Montgomery College. Yet another beautiful drone shot.
Oh, is this?
That camera is behind home plate, and it is way up there, folks.
Oh, wow. Right above us.
It is way up there. Look at that. That is fantastic.
Oh, how you think that is?
Now, somebody has to, you realize somebody has to shimmy up that tripod and get the camera
you
right.
You got to climb the pole now. No, I was kidding.
I'm kidding, of course. But that's up there.
Oh, and there's the truck.
There's the production truck where the real brains of the show reside.
Yeah, we're just.
You and I are just,
nobody.
We're cogs in the wheel.
Yeah, that's it.
Yep. So leading off for the Raptors is Derek Sawyer. He is 1 for 2. Had a single and a stolen base his last time up. shows bunt. Raptors need base runners. And they've got the power coming up.
Ooh.
Hard ball, shortstop throw, and he's got him. So 1 out. That brings up Anderson. Mickey Anderson homered his first time up. He's 1 for 3.
The man with the magnificent last name.
Ooh, high heat.
It's pretty cool though.
So Flashitsky has pitched pretty well since he came in.
Well, he started off a little shaky with the balls. You know, a lot of
right.
5 was it like 2 straight walks or so.
But he settled down.
Yeah. Oh.
Whoa.
Whoa now.
He's got a mouthful of dust from the field. Field is very dry.
I think there may be a couple days of rain this week, so field might get a little bit of a
drink. There's a pop up into short right, and second out. 2 up, 2 down.
It's moving quick.
That brings up Piles. He is 2 for 2 in this one.
Oh, and this dust is blowing.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
Coming right into the booth. Dust storm.
Oh, yeah.
The wind has shifted direction. It's now blowing in from left. Piles has a home run in both games. Had 2 hits in the first game, 2 hits in the second game. And he came in hitting .411, so he's not going to hurt that.
Oh, no, he's having a great slugging day. If anything, he's improved it.
Came into this doubleheader with 60 RBIs in 45 games. That's some gaudy numbers.
Oh yeah, just get a man on base, put him at the plate. You're coming home.
He's got nobody on now. Bases are empty. Pitch, tried to get him to go fishing, but no way.
Yeah, that's tomorrow at Dogfish. They'll be fishing. Not today.
In the dirt for a ball, moves the count to full. On deck is Freeman.
Yeah, they have some power coming up, so.
Yeah, this is the power portion of the lineup. There's a foul ball down the right field line. There's some room over there, but right fielder runs out of space.
Yeah, it's too far for me to see.
There's plenty of foul ground on the right field side and next to none on the left. outside. He walked him. So a 2-out walk to Piles, and that brings up Freeman. He's 1 for 2, a home run and a walk. Had a home run in the first game as well. Two-run shot to center field, no doubt about it. High. So all of a sudden, Flasinski is having a little trouble with that strike zone.
Yeah, a lot of pitches either really low or really high.
Yeah, he really hasn't been anywhere near it. Ooh, way outside.
A little movement on that pitch.
Koji on deck for the Raptors. Another power hitter. Swung through that one.
Oh, wow.
Way outside.
Okay.
Nice job by the catcher. Definitely saved a wild pitch there.
Three-one count.
Piles may be running here. Nope. Walked him.
Another walk.
So back-to-back walks by Flasinski.
He was on a roll. Now he's kind of off his roll.
Yeah. So that brings up Okoji.
Oh, and there he goes. Little talk.
Here comes the conversation. And we're going to have a new pitcher. See who they come in with. We saw this gentleman in the first game.
I guess if you sit for a little, maybe 5 or 6 innings, even if you played the first game,
well, he didn't be able to. I don't think he threw that much in the first game. I believe, if memory serves, this is Farrow. Yeah, Austin Farrow. So he did pitch an inning in the first game. Didn't throw that many pitches, so at this level, that's often what they have to do. Oh. So Austin Farrow. Whoa. Yes, this is our guy from Earlville, Maryland, that no one could figure out where Earlville was.
Yeah, Earlville. Ooh.
I have to be honest with you, I never heard of Earlville.
Oh, is that Carolina flying the drone?
That is Carolina. Another member of the team.
Another MC alum.
Correct.
Oh.
Look at that. Got some.
A raven?
It looks like a crow.
No, okay.
From the looks of the beak.
I've heard crows are actually very smart. That's what I've heard. I've heard if you train them right, they can retrieve things for you. That's what they say.
Well, you know what? I'm not really interested in finding out.
Yeah, no. No, I have too much going on for me to really deep dive into that one.
The thought of training a crow.
Just the fact of catching one to then train, I don't have enough effort.
I'm not sure I could stand a crow in the house with that caw.
No.
Yeah.
Too much noise. I have 2 cats, and they already make too much noise.
Oh, they wouldn't like the crow at all.
Not at all.
That would not be a good mix.
At 5 in the morning, I'm getting the meows to like feed me. And I'm like, who runs this house? Me or you? What's going on?
So there's a good look at Farrow. The long locks.
Yeah, you get the flow. I think they call it the lettuce.
Okoji. EJ had an excellent first game. 3-run homer and a double. He's hitless in the second, however, he does have a walk. Another nice stop by the catcher. He's getting a workout.
Yeah, I'm sure the catcher, he needs a day off of work, or school tomorrow. I mean, squatting like this all day? No. Ice bath. 24 hour.
Wow, right down Broadway. Well, he made him throw a pit, made him throw a strike. Whoa. He walked him, almost hit him. So another walk. Bases loaded, 3 straight walks. And that brings up Rodriguez Mohammed Shakir. He's 0 for 2 in this game. Had 1 hit in the opener. He's played a nice left field. There's a strike.
That was a great pitch.
Another Florida guy from Orlando.
Yeah, shout out Orlando.
So bases loaded, 2 outs. There's a strike. Now he's behind in the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Bottom of the 6th. Raptors need a hit.
Oh.
And breaking ball high.
Wow, that was close.
2-2 now. Almost hit him. Runs the count full. No place to put him. Ooh, just missed the outside corner. I think Farrow thought he had strike 3. So that is the 4th straight walk. Scores a run. So Pyle scores. And that brings up Newell. Newell is 1 for 1 with 2 walks in this game. Had a home run in the first game. Blake Newell from Nova Scotia. There's a strike. Beautiful shot. Sacks full of Raptors. Ooh, here's a ground ball to short. That should be the 3rd out. Nice scoop by the first baseman. And that is the 3rd out of the inning. So the Raptors threaten, but do not score. So after 6 complete, the Raptors trail 11. I'm sorry, they did score 1 that inning. After 6 complete, the Raptors trail 11-7. We'll be right back with the top of the 7th.
Before coming to Montgomery College, I didn't know I was going to pursue higher education. I thought I was going to work in fast food or retail, and none of my friends decided to pursue higher education, so I was definitely alone in my journey. The resources that helped me thrive academically here at Montgomery College was the ACES program, which helps the students in Montgomery County pursue higher education, and also the Mi Gente Learning Community Program that is ran by Professor Penn that helps Latino students pursue business in Montgomery College. After transferring to the University of Maryland, I now have the opportunity to mentor and guide other students with the resources and connections I gained here at Montgomery College. I hope my story can inspire students to pursue higher education because it's changed my life for the better.
And welcome back to a gorgeous shot high above the field here on the Germantown campus of Montgomery College. We're going into the bottom of the seventh, which, barring a Raptors rally, will be the final inning of the game, or could be the final inning of the game. Again, this is a doubleheader, so each game is limited to 7 innings. And so we are at the top of the seventh. Cecil with a 4-run lead, 11-7. Not out of the question that the Raptors could rally, that is for sure.
Yeah, they have a bunch of big hitters. We know that. They scored a bunch of runs in the first game, so let's see what they do here.
So Newell is still on the mound. He's given the Raptors a lot of innings today. And he's done a pretty good job since he came in. Only allowed 1 run. And that was, frankly, an unearned run. So he's done very well. Ramirez leading off. Has 2 singles. And he pops it up. Shortstop is under it and gathers it in for the first out. 1 up, 1 down. That brings up Van Dyke. Van Dyke had a triple his last time up and scored. He's also been on by an error and has a stolen base. And he's done some nice work behind the plate. Throw to first. In time.
Got him. Those are always really close.
2 up, 2 down.
Yeah, those are always very, very close. Bunting is such like a. I always think it's kind of odd. Like, you would think you want to go for the home runs, obviously, or like hit it in the gap, but then you want to just bunt it in front of the.
Well, sometimes you're trying to catch the other team maybe sleeping a little bit.
Yeah.
Not really being aware, or playing for a bunt. And I think that was probably the thinking there.
Oh.
There's a fly ball to the left. Back goes.
Oh, it's in.
Off the fence. And he held him to a single. That ball got out there in a hurry. Jackson. But left field is kind of a short field here. It's not as deep as some left fields that you'll run into. And as a result, Rodriguez has to play deep. So he was able to get to the ball quickly and get it back in and hold Jackson to a single. That brings up Woods. Woods is 1 for 3. Had a 2-run single. and a stolen base and scored a run during that big fourth inning for Cecil. He did not like that call.
It was a bit low. But what do I know?
Hey, the umpire's hungry too.
Yeah, right.
You know, he's hearing the dinner bell ring.
I am wondering what is for dinner for me tonight.
There's a ground ball to second. Sawyer with the easy pickup. Tosses it to first. So a quick inning there for Newell. Nice job. And Cecil comes up empty-handed here in the top of the seventh. So we are ready to go to the bottom of the seventh. The Raptors trailing 11-7.
Montgomery College doesn't just talk about success, we show it. Real results, not just cliches. The proof is everywhere you look. And within 3 years, our graduates more than double their income. Our students don't just imagine what's possible, they prove it. Montgomery College, proving what's possible. Choosing a college close to home wasn't just a financial choice. It gave her the space to focus on what comes next. Family gave her stability. Montgomery College gave her room to grow. This is what extraordinary looks like.
And welcome back to the Germantown campus of Montgomery College. Michael Brown alongside Andre Anderson. We are all set for the bottom half of the seventh inning. It's do or die time for the Raptors. And leading off for the Raptors is number 27, Kevin Oliva. This is his first appearance of the day. He is one of the graduating sophomores for the Raptors. Ooh, and he pokes one out into center, but right at the center fielder. So one pitch, one out. So that brings up Saavedra. He hit into a double play his last time up. He came in for Machado a couple innings ago. So Farrow still on the mound for Cecil. He got them out of a tough jam last inning when Flashinsky couldn't find a plate and walked 4 straight batters. All outside. Once again, this is the bottom of the seventh, but this is the final inning unless the Raptors should tie it. We played a doubleheader today, and when you play doubleheaders at this level, the games are 7 innings. First game, the Raptors won convincingly, 15-4. There's a strike. Right on the fist.
3 balls, 1 strike, 1 out.
Raptors would love for Saavedra to get on base. Top of the order coming up. And he does, he walks.
Okay. Good way to start the inning.
That brings up Sawyer. He's 1 for 3. Had a single in the third. Derek Sawyer, another one of the graduating sophomores. Oh, he got hit. this is how rallies get built.
Yep. You saw the energy from Sawyer as well when he got hit.
Yep, he was pumped.
Pumping up his teammates.
They need base runners, and that's exactly what they have, and that brings up Anderson. He homered in the first and almost had a homer in the third. Cecil caught it at the wall. Center fielder Van Dyke. He's been busy out there. Mickey Anderson from Piqua, Ohio, and we're going to have a mound visit. See, and yep, he's taking the ball from him, so we're going to have a new pitcher.
Closers coming in.
Looking at their pitching stats, they do have they don't have a player on the roster that jumps out as a closer, meaning saves.
Yeah.
The most I see on the list is Chris Woods with 2. Looks like
number 8.
Number 8. That's Matt Jackson, who's been playing shortstop. So Matt Jackson is in as a pitcher. This is his 5th appearance. He's pitched 6 innings. Has an ERA of 3.00 and no record, no wins, no losses.
Okay.
So
he's a mystery man.
We'll see what Matt Jackson can do. First time we've seen him on the mound today.
A man of mystery.
He's played the entire both games in the field at shortstop. And he's had a pretty good day at the bat. Had a triple, as a matter of fact, in that 5th inning when the Cecil put together back-to-back triples, something you don't see very often.
Yeah.
So that brings up Anderson.
Okay.
Matt Jackson is certainly tall, gangly. So 2 on, nobody out. Bottom of the 7th inning, Raptors trail by 4. And there's a strike.
It was a little bit low. But once again, what do I know?
I mean, we have a decent vantage point. We don't have a great vantage point for the lower part of the strike zone.
Yeah.
I saw my granddaughter again on the monitor.
Oh, wow. She's like, Granddad.
Oh, no, I'm Pop-Pop.
Oh, Pop, I'm sorry.
Pop-Pop.
Yeah.
I'm Pop-Pop.
Pop-Pop, I want Hello Kitty. Is that a thing that they asked for, Hello Kitty?
Oh, yeah. Paw Patrol.
Paw Patrol, yep.
Yep, there's a pop-up foul.
I can't see that far.
And he caught it.
No, he dropped it.
Oh, he dropped it. I was looking at the bench. The bench was signaling that he caught it, but apparently he dropped it because Anderson's coming back. But yes, Paw Patrol, Bluey.
Oh, yeah.
Miss Rachel.
Miss Rachel, yup.
We love Miss Rachel.
Okay. She seems to be a good teacher.
Oh, and what's that pink pig? Peppa Pig.
Peppa Pig.
Yeah.
Yeah, my niece wants to, every time I see her, she talks about Bluey.
Yes.
And she says, Baba Boo Boo or something. That's like one of the characters, apparently.
And there's a shot into left, a base hit. They're sending Saavedra. He scores standing up.
There you go.
So an RBI single for Anderson. It's not over yet, folks.
I hope you hear the energy in the stadium. The fans
cut the lead to 3, and that brings up the big gun, Piles.
We know what he can do.
Oh, he's shown us. Zachary Piles. Let's see if they give him anything to hit. That'll be interesting. But, of course, on deck, you have Freeman. And Freeman's had a big day. Freeman's had a home run in each game, as has Piles.
Ooh, that was it. That was a good pitch right down the middle.
Wind blowing the dust across the field. High and tight. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Ooh.
There's a bouncer up the middle, and they can't make the play. Everybody's safe.
Bases loaded. Right? It's base. Yep. Bases are loaded.
Sacks are loaded for Freeman.
Uh-oh.
Jackson Freeman. Just a freshman, by the way. Takes it high and inside. Had a home run in the first game. Home run in the second game. He's walked his last 2 times up. And they're putting in a pinch runner. So the Raptors are going for it as they take out Piles. And they bring in number 37, Kai Freeman. So Kai Freeman, pinch runner at first base. Bases loaded.
Yeah, looking for some speed.
1 out. There's the pitch. There's a fly ball. And it is a walk-off grand slam home run.
Wow.
Holy wow.
Wow.
Jackson Freeman, a walk-off granny. And the fielders didn't even move.
No.
They just turned around and walked off the field. A walk-off grand slam. Oh, my goodness. By Jackson Freeman. Oh, my gosh. The team is going nuts.
Awesome.
Oh,
wow.
12-11. What a game.
I don't even know what to say. That was incredible.
You know, when he came up, I almost said, we've had walk-off wins here, but we've never had a walk-off grand slam.
That was back-to-back walk-offs.
I wish I had said it, but I did think it.
But you felt it, though. I kind of felt it as well.
I did, too, the way things were going.
Yeah, I'm like.
And, wow.
And I just want to say, I felt it from when Sawyer got hit by the ball, and then he started, like, you know, screaming to his bench.
Yes.
Like, the dugout was going crazy. I felt it there.
Yeah, they got a lot of energy out of that hit by pitch. Of course, a leadoff walk doesn't help either.
I feel amazing.
And then you
really good, you know, record breaker.
And then Piles gets on, and then we got a granny.
That was excellent.
So both games end with home runs.
Yep.
Game 1, which the Raptors won 15-4, ends with a 3-run bomb by Piles. And this one ends with a grand slam by Jackson Freeman. And before the game, Dan Rasher told me, he said, one thing about it, he said, this team can hit.
Yeah.
He said, Our pitching staff is a little thin, but we can hit. And he said, if we're within 4 or 5 runs going in the last couple innings, he said, we're not out of it.
Yep.
They just proved it.
Yeah, they can hit and they don't give up.
Here it comes. We're going to take another look at it. There's the pitch. Boom.
He felt that. He knew it.
Oh, he didn't even. The second it hit the bat, he knew it.
Wow.
Nice bat flip.
Awesome.
I approve of the bat flip.
Oh, yeah. Why not have a little fun, right?
Oh, and that trot around the bases, man.
That's awesome. Good for him.
I'll tell you what, that guy is built like a football player.
Yeah, he's a big boy.
I'll tell you. And look at this celebration at home plate. This is great. This is what it's all about, folks.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. What a win for the Raptors. That's their 29th win of the season.
Sick.
They now move to 29-18 on the season. Before the game, before the doubleheader, Dan Rasher told me we have to win them both today. Well, they did.
Yeah, they did. And dramatic fashion, both games.
I'll tell you, as he said, nobody wants to play us because of the hitting. So I'll tell you, that is just a beautiful way to end a baseball game, a beautiful way to end the afternoon. So once again, the Raptors take the doubleheader today. They win the opener 15-4. They win the nightcap 12-11.
Yeah.
Both games end with walk-off homers. For my partner Andre Anderson, and for everybody on the extremely talented and professional Montgomery College video and multimedia team, we want to thank everyone for watching Raptors baseball. We hope you enjoyed it. Take care, everyone.
Hey, go work today, boys. Let it bring it back. Everybody, I was on everybody, not just me. Go work today, boys. Keep it calm and confident tomorrow. MC on 3. 1, 2, MC!
We'll be right back.